Yep.
I've never gotten shit off. It's always like.
All right, let's figure out what we're gonna sit. Yeah, the hoodie is coming on after the live show. Ideally, I'll be on the left side, and then you can be with the computer. Yeah. All right, let me just. Oh, I see. Maybe. Oh my god. Okay. It's a little tight, but it'll do. Yeah, that's Oh man. Yeah. It looks like here. Oh yeah, that's it. Stream has started. But
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. I can hear myself. Can you hear me?
Test.
That's loud. Yeah, one sec. Let me turn that down. Try it again. Oh, that's okay, yeah. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Test.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Test, I can hear you.
All right, perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why don't we just get a feel for like where we're sitting? Yeah. I just want to see how this is like gonna work. Let's see. So like we're here for the on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I wanna. I honestly might stand, to be honest. Maybe it might even be better for us to like switch sides. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll use my phone. I'm just gonna move this. I'm just gonna move this stuff up. So I can have a little space. Yeah. And then I'll just leave that there, I guess. Alright, so now, let's see. This is on this one. We'll do that one. I think so too. Thank you. Oh yeah, you're. Yeah, 5 Riptide in the pros. 5 Riptide in the pros. Dominic Fletcher's one of them, and here, I'll give him here. Dominic Fletcher. Oh yeah, Caleb Killian. Trey Lipscomb, Hunter Big, and Eric Waterman. And 4 of them were on the 2017 CCL championship. Yeah. The only one that wasn't was Lipscomb. Yeah. Me too. They have 3 types of cricket. Yes. And now they doesn't even stop. I'm gonna very quickly go for this. Where's the bathroom?
Downstairs. Yeah.
It's a cool story on the dog.
Yeah, I read that too. I was gonna watch those videos, but I never got to.
Yeah. I was gonna watch the video, but I never got to.
Good evening, OC Riptide fans. Welcome to the Orange County Great Park for the 14th game of the California Collegiate League Summer Ball season between the Conejo Oaks and your Orange County Riptide. Help us keep the Riptide game environment fun and positive. As a reminder, profanity and derogatory language will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the facility. Throwing of any objects onto the playing field is strictly prohibited. We're committed and hope you will join us in maintaining an environment that promotes sportsmanship and belonging. If you see something, say something. It's that easy. Again, let's all join the game. Just a reminder, the championship stadium at Great Park is a non-smoking facility. That includes no tobacco, e-cigarettes, or vaping. Please be respectful of those around and refrain from smoking when inside the confines of the stadium. Thank you. Make sure to follow all of the latest OC Riptide baseball news, notes, and up-to-the-minute updates on the OC Riptide's official social media platforms. OC Riptide is on X, formerly known as Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. To join the conversation, follow at OC Riptide on X, formerly known as Twitter, Facebook.com/OC Riptide Baseball, on Instagram and TikTok at OC Riptide Baseball. Be sure to follow our official hashtag OC Riptide Family. Intentional fans, please beware of foul balls leaving the playing surface. Should you recover a foul ball, please return it to a uniformed OC Riptide staff member and receive free candy. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you are hungry, please visit our main concessions located behind the section floor. We're serving hot dogs, pizza from Northwest Pizza, Chick-fil-A, regular and spicy chicken sandwiches, along with chicken nuggets. You'll find an assortment of soft drinks and bottled water, along with popcorn and candy, and ice cream. For those that are age 20 or older, Judge Brewery Cantina is open and is now serving your favorite beverages. Craft beer from Judge Brewery on tap like Under Oath, IPA, The Last Drop Beauty Hard Seltzer, Crush's Crushable Cold, white and red wine, and a variety of White Claw hard seltzers. Just head to the first base concourse where in addition to adult beverages, we're also serving pizza and an assortment of snacks. Judge Brewery Cantina will close after the 7th inning stretch. Please ensure that all consumption of alcoholic beverages takes place within the cantina or within section 1. All concessions and Judge Brewery Cantina take cash and card. Fans, we want to remind you of our in-game promotion where we select one player from the opposing team to be your beer batter. And tonight, that title falls onto Conejo Oaks number 7. Should the beer batter strike out, we get $1 off Judge Brewery products like the Under Oath West Coast IPA, Crush's Crushable Cold, and the Last Drop Beauty Seltzer. Make sure to make your way to Judge Brewery Cantina on the first base concourse when number 7 for the Oaks strikes out. to visit Michael at the 13 stand behind the birthday session for some American barbecue classics like hamburgers, mac and cheese, barbecue chicken, brisket, and soda. Get your barbecue before they run out of
So they might have more staffers than attendance tonight.
Oh, I know, it's insane. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, I got it. Omaha Potential.
Attention all CU Little leaders wishing to join OC Riptide players on the field for introductions. Please gather on the Thursday concourse near the concession stand and the Pear Tree Meats Barbecue tent. Members of our staff will there greet you and escort you onto the field.
Oh, I see. I don't know why this game isn't coming up.
Which game?
This game isn't coming out.
Fans, tonight's game will be officiated by the pitching at first base is Andrew Thomas, Pete Jones, the field umpire at first base, and Dave Gibby, the field umpire at third base.
Keith Jones. We should have like a card with the umpires' names.
First, let's meet the starting lineups. First, the visiting team, Conejo Oaks. Leading off, number 9, Lucas Danielowicz. Batting second, number 25, Zach Moore. Batting third, number 21, Jacob Bellwood. Batting fourth, number 29, Devin Willis. Batting fifth, number 7, Tyler Hall. Batting sixth, number 47, Jack Smith. Batting seventh, number 20, Brady Hewitt. Batting eighth, number 2, Isaac Beal. And batting ninth, number 10, Joel Goff. And on the bump, number 12, Leroy. The Oaks are led by head coach David Solis. He is assisted by Jose Valle.
We come to you live from the Great Park in Irvine, California, where the Conejo Oaks get ready to play their second road game of the season, and they will be hosted today by the Orange County Riptide. It's great to have you with us. We welcome you up to our broadcast booth upstairs alongside Judo Kanyas. My name is Sammy Fawn, and today the Oaks are hosted by the Orange County Riptide. Now, the Conejo Oaks coming off of an electric 19-6 victory in Wednesday's game against the MLB Academy Barons. It was the fourth time that the Barons and the Oaks faced off against each other this season, and they followed up what was a disappointing 8-0 shutout loss against the Arroyo Seco Saints. But tonight is all about maintaining that momentum for the Oaks.
Yeah, completely. It's almost been a bipolar week that we've seen with the Oaks. You talked about getting shut out and then scoring 19 runs. I think it's really going to be how they come out from the start. Are they aggressive from the start? We've seen when the Oaks have been able to take advantage and win ball games. It's when they've swung at first pitches, when they're aggressive, at the strikes. I think that's something that we talked to Coach Solis about. He just wants his players with 100% effort. It's a perfect opportunity to do it tonight against a team that has now really in the last 7 games really played great ball.
Yeah, the Orange County Riptide, they're having a good season. They started off 0-3, got off to a sluggish start, but they have really been picking it up recently, and they've got a good starter going today. The starter for the Orange County Riptide is Michael Ersbaumer, fresh out of high school, recently committed to Stanford University. And for Michael Ersbaumer on the season, he's 1-0 on the season so far. He's made 2 pitching appearances. His win was recorded on June 8th against the San Diego Waves in what was a 12-1 victory. He went 3 2/3 that game, and he faces Lucas Danuitz to lead things off for the Oaks. It's great to have you with us again here at Great Park. As Danuitz flies one in the air to right field, it will be drop. A diving attempt by Dance in right field. He comes up a little short, and Danuitz runs all the way to third. So on the first pitch of the game, Lucas Danuitz delivers with the leadoff triple to right field, and that was one heck of an effort by Carter Dance in right field.
100%. That is a guy that has been consistent for the Oaks this season. Now he has 4 multi-hit games this season, and he came off a game against the Saints in that 8-0 loss where he didn't record a hit. So finally, with the leadoff guy, he now has a triple to start things off for the Oaks.
Well, that now brings up Zach Mora, the shortstop for the Conejo Oaks, and again, first pitch swinging, he fouls it back. We'll take a look at the batting order for the Oaks. Danuitz led off, Zach Mora second, Galloway third, the catcher in the middle, Devin Wilkes, Tyler Hawley, and Jax Jimenez, and to finish it off, Brady Hewitt, coming back from a broken nose. He recovered pretty quickly. He's DHing, and to finish it off, Isaac Veal and Jonah Dawson. It's great to have you with us again here at Great Park. Here is the 0-1 to Mora. Looks at a strike that hits the upper part of the zone.
I think it's just completely impressive that Brady Hewitt is playing in this ball game today. I mean, that's a designated hitter, obviously. We're not going to see him on the defensive side. He's obviously been such a vital part when it comes to the Oaks defense, but even just his bat alone has been one of the better bats this summer. But yeah, it's impressive after what we sounded like a broken nose on Tuesday. Now he's finally back today.
Here is the 0-2 pitch to Zach Mora. Mora pulls it foul to the left side. Yeah, for more context, for those of you listening who don't know, Zach Mora was struck in the face by a ground ball to shortstop on Tuesday's game against the Arroyo Seco Saints, and it took a bad hop at the last second and just hit him square on the nose, and it was really, really tough to see. He came out of the ball game, but it's good to see him back in here, and we'll see how he fares as the DH. Well, it's still an 0-2 count on Zach Mora, the shortstop, with Danuitz at third. Nobody out. 0-2 on the way. Mora lifts the ball in the air to right. It goes foul.
Yeah, just to finish up on that, it took a bizarre bounce that I think we all expected was going to be a regular ground ball for Hewitt, and yeah, just a freak accident. We've obviously now seen a few players for the Oaks go down in injuries, and we're still waiting on words on Jonathan Smith and Nate Johnson to see when they return, but it's great to see Hewitt back on the field today.
Another 0-2 to Zach Mora, and he chops that one foul off himself. So he's still got an 0-2 count.
And that's where, going back to that game on Wednesday, that's where the Oaks really kind of turned the page after that shutout loss on Tuesday of just being able to capitalize. You know, that was the word that me and you, Sammy, have emphasized every single, you know, almost guy that was on base for the Oaks on Wednesday was just being able to capitalize. And now they have a grand position right here early in the first inning, but we'll see how they do tonight with, you know, taking advantage of the guys in running position.
Spalmer delivers another 0-2, and it's another foul ball. So Zach Mora, who is putting up a very good at-bat against Michael Spalmer, the rising freshman at Stanford University. He is battling him here. Yeah, Spalmer, he's having a great summer so far. He's pitched in 7 2/3 cumulative innings across this summer. He has struck out 10 batters, 5 in each game that he has pitched.
Yeah, he's leading the team in strikeouts right now.
Another 0-2. That one misses upstairs for a ball. That is the first ball we have seen today. Well, the Conejo Oaks, 7-3 on the season so far. Looking to extend their winning streak to 2 games. And a 1-2 to Zach Mora. It misses a little bit upstairs. It's an even 2-2 count. Well, Michael Spalmer, the starter for the Riptide, came from San Clemente High School where he graduated. He finished 13-1 with 2 saves and 20 total appearances. 1-2 pitch, and that one is line foul, and we will reset and do it again. Well, this is one heck of an at-bat for Zach Mora, and very early on, the Oaks are really making Spalmer work.
Yeah, this is, you know, talking to the broadcaster for the Riptide before his game, Andrew Griesler, and a former USC Trojan of mine. Yeah, you're saying this was the guy that this is their ace right here. So it's a good fight that the Oaks are already putting up on him. You know, we saw Danny with the triple and Mora fighting off an 0-2 count, which is now 2-2.
2-2 to Mora. Swing and a miss. So Michael Spalmer wins the battle and gets his first strikeout of the day, his 11th of the season. Great at-bat put on by Zach Mora, and an equally impressive battle on the mound from Spalmer, and he comes out on top, so 1 out.
Yeah, just completely muscled in with that fastball. I mean, that ball was, we don't have a track on that, but I had to imagine it was in top 80s, maybe a 90.
Well, now up to the plate comes Jacob Galloway, the starting catcher for the Conejo Oaks. First pitch from Spalmer. Fastball on the outside corner for a strike. Well, Jacob Galloway batting .304 on the season. He's in a big spot, 1 out and a runner at third. Danuitz, he can run. Infield is not particularly in for the Riptide. In fact, the middle infielders are back. So is the first baseman. And the 0-1 is fouled straight back. Speaking of which, defensively for the Riptide, Michael Spalmer on the mound, Zach Crandall behind the dish. At first base, Jonathan Rodriguez, Jake Evans at second, Tyler Holland at shortstop, Camden Sauce at third base, and the outfield from left to right, Bradley Navarro in left field, Reed Montgomery in center field, Carter Dance in right field, and the designated hitter is Grant MacArthur. Infield is back, and it's an 0-2 count on Jacob Galloway. Spalmer delivers. Off speed, it misses low for a ball. 1-2. Well, the Conejo Oaks currently second in the CCL. Riptide fourth. 1-2 on the way. Popped up left side, a long run, and it will be a foul ball. A great run and effort by Bradley Navarro in left field. He had to cover a lot of ground, and he may have gotten his glove on it, or it may have fallen first, but he came close to catching that one, but Jacob Galloway gets another life here.
Yeah, it was a good sliding attempt. I think just ball ended just a second earlier right before he got there. So Galloway gets away with that one. 1-2.
Jacob Galloway, 7 RBIs recorded on the season. 1-2 on the way. Fouled straight back, and another good at-bat put on by a Conejo Oak batter against Michael Erspamer. We saw Zach Mora start off with an 0-2 count and fouled off a bunch of pitches, and see Jacob Galloway. The Oaks, early on, we're seeing the Oaks make Erspamer work for his outs. And, you know, certainly historically that translates to not necessarily a particularly long outing, especially in summer ball. The 1-2 misses a little bit off the plate. The count is even at 2 on Jacob Galloway.
Yeah, we've seen Jacob Galloway now kind of fill in as the majority starter behind the dish for the Oaks this season. We'll see how kind of Nolan Johnson and Anthony Thomas fill into those roles, but yeah, Jacob Galloway filling in as the catcher today. He's also played some DH.
2-2 pitch. That one is fouled off to the left side, and it's still 2-2.
Galloway currently leading the team in runs with 9. Also has 7 hits on the season.
Galloway went hitless on Wednesday, though, against the MLB Academy Barons. Nevertheless, the Oaks took that one with a 19-6 win, and it was the most runs, their season high in runs this season.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I went
2-2 on the way. In the air to right center field, and moving to his right to make the catch is Carter Dance. Danuitz comes to the plate, and he will score. And the Oaks strike first. It's 1-0 Conejo Oaks on a sac fly by Jacob Galloway. Good start for the Oaks at the plate.
Now batting, number 29,
good piece of hitting. We continue to see Galloway, whether it's, I mean, he has also 7 RBIs on the year, and that was a sacrifice fly right there. And so he just continues to find ways to capitalize with runners in scoring position. Like we talked about, Sammy, it's just not what we saw on Tuesday, but now what we're seeing on Wednesday.
Well, the batter now is Devin Wilkes, the first baseman for the Oaks. And there's a strike on the upper outer part of the zone. Well, Jude, one thing we talked about that was really probably the biggest setbacks for the Oaks was just that they weren't capitalizing on their opportunities. And, you know, they couldn't cash in with runners in scoring position. Twice they loaded the bases, once with nobody out, and just couldn't score.
The self-inflicted wounds, those are the biggest enemy of them all.
1-1 pitch to Wilkes. Pops that one foul to the left side, and it will fly out of play.
And Devin Wilkes was a guy that kind of started the season strong. Recently in his past 2 games, he is hitless. His last hit that he recorded was on June 13th versus the Barons. He was also the guy to hit the first home run of the season for the Oaks. So we know that he has this power. It's now trying to find the consistency this summer.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch to Wilkes misses outside for a ball.
Just to go back real quick to the 19 runs that we scored, I actually went back and looked, and in the data that we are given in the past 4 years, the Oaks had only come close of 18 runs in 2021. So 19 was the most runs they have scored in the last 4 years.
2-2 to Wilkes. His line to left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. So Wilkes, after a hit, a strikeout, and a sac fly, has a 2-out single. So the Oaks with their second hit of this game.
Up to bat.
Yeah, that's got to feel good for Devin Wilkes, who I just mentioned had not recorded a hit in his past 2 games, and now is on the board with his first hit and his first plate appearance.
Well, here's Tyler Hawley, who is currently on a 5-game hitting streak, looking to continue that.
Yeah, currently second on the team in just total hits with 8.
He went hitless in Wednesday's game, and he's got Devin Wilkes on first with 2 outs. Erspamer delivers. A swing and a miss. Erspamer got Hawley to go fishing for that one. So it's an 0-1 count on Tyler Hawley, third baseman for the Oaks. We've talked about his defensive abilities at third base. It's a good one. And here's the 0-1. There's a strike, off speeder. Looked like it hit the inner part of the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. Well, had a chance to walk around Great Park earlier today before setting up, and I gotta say, this is an absolutely gorgeous place. I've never been here before, and to see, you know, that big orange balloon in the park and all the different baseball fields, this is a great park and certainly a great place for baseball.
No question about it, Sammy. It's a dreamland for any kid.
0-2, there goes Wilkes, and a swing and a miss. So Michael Erspalmer with his second strikeout ends the inning with 1. And we head to the bottom of the first, 1-0 Oaks. We'll be right back. Here we are now in the bottom of the first inning, and the Oaks scored 1 run in their half of the first. Starting on the mound for the Conejo Oaks for the 3rd time this season is Caden Beloyan, 1-1 on the season. His 2 pitching appearances have been against the San Diego Bombers on June 8th, and on the road against the MLB Academy Barons on June 13th. That was a 4-2 loss for the Conejo Oaks. That was a game where he pitched 5 innings, and that was the first time we had seen a pitcher throw 5 innings this season. And leading off for the OC Riptide is going to be Bradley Navarro, the left fielder, and he fouls that one straight back. No balls and 1 strike. Well, Bradley Navarro at the University of Utah was previously at the University of Michigan in Cypress College. 2025, he had transferred from Michigan to Cypress, as that one misses outside. And in 2025, he went 49 for 137, batted .358, hit 9 home runs on the season, slugged .613, recorded 36 RBIs. And here's the 1-1. That one is fouled straight back, so Beloyan ahead in the count, 1-2.
Navarro also currently leads just the California Collegiate League South in batting average at .480 right now.
One ball and 2 strikes. Beloyan ahead in the count. He deals. Line to the right side, caught on a couple of hops at second by Jonah Dawson, and he throws to first for out number 1.
Yeah, that was a good job by Dawson to go over there and charge That ground ball right there by Navarre. Dawson now kind of filling in. You know, he's a utility player, but you know, I think he's a better player at second base than we've seen him at third base and mix around. But I think second base is where he fits him on right there. Makes a good play at second.
Key to have a utility player, and also running to grab that bat was the Orange County Riptide's bat dog Omaha. And Omaha, the first bat dog in the CCL. And that brings up now Jake Evans for the Riptide. He pops that one up to the right side. Devin Wilkes calls for the ball and makes the catch for the second out. Well, I want to talk about Omaha, the OC Riptide's bat dog. She is a mix of a golden retriever, a flat-coated retriever, and a white shepherd, and has been with the team since 2023. She passed us by in the broadcast booth earlier. We're outdoors, and we're right next door to the Riptide's indoor broadcast booth, and we saw her and OC Riptide staff members walking by as first pitch to Zach Crandall is a ball up and in. Zach Crandall, the catcher for the Riptide, batting .222 on the season so far. 1-0. There's a shot down the left field line. That's a fair ball past the diving Tyler Hawley. Will go all the way to the corner. And Zach Crandall goes into second base for a 2-out double.
Yeah, it was a great piece of hitting right there by Crandall. Just got it right along that third base line. You know, Hawley made a great play to dive, but the way that ball was hit, that was going to be a tough play to make.
There goes Omaha again, running out to get that bat. That'll bring up Camden Sauce for the Orange County Riptide, the third baseman, as the Riptide have the tying run at second base in the name of Zach Crandall. A chance to respond to the Oaks taking the lead in their half of the first inning. With Camden Sauce at the plate. Misses upstairs for a ball.
Yeah, currently a rising junior at TCU. Past season, played in 7 games, 3 at-bats, 1 run, 1 walk, as well as a strikeout. He served mainly as a defensive replacement 5 out of the 7 games that he played, as well as a pinch runner once and a pinch hitter once as well. It was 2024 academic all Big 12 rookie team.
Yeah, and that was the year when he started in 5 of the 9 games that he did play. Started 2 of them as the designated hitter. He made his college debut against Houston on March 28th, the game in which he had came on and was able to make his first impressions. As there's a strike on the inside corner, 2 balls and 2 strikes. He doubled in his debut. That was one of his 2 hits. A couple days later against Houston, he scored a run as a pinch runner. He would earn a number of starts later on throughout the season. As that one misses outside, it's an even 2-ball, 2-strike count on Camden Sauce. Sauce came from Granite Hills High School. He was a 3-time varsity letter winner. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at second. Payoff from Beloyan. Chopped off the glove of Beloyan, and everybody's safe. Well, the Riptide catch a break right there as Beloyan attempted to leap up and grab it, and we saw a play like that in Wednesday's game, but Beloyan would have been better off letting that ball go and letting his defense back him up, like I mentioned in Wednesday's matchup, but Riptide get another chance.
Yeah, that was Chris Lozano we saw kind of make that error, similar play, yes, I should say on Wednesday's game. And yeah, I agree, just kind of let it roll through, because that probably would have been a easy play at first, or routine play, I should say.
It is a hit on the scoreboard, but the Riptide have runners on first and third, and 2 outs, and that one is belted to right field, and that is going to be off the wall. 1 run scores, and 2 runs score. It is a ringing RBI double off the bat of Carter Dance. that scores Zach Crandall and Camden Sauce. And just like that, the Riptide have jumped out to a 2-1 lead. Well, that ball was belted off the bat of Dance. I thought it was a home run when it left the bat.
Yeah, the way Danielwitz was going back to right field, but Camden Sauce got a great piece of that. Like you said, Steve, I really thought that ball was gone too, but it was base clearing 2-run RBI double. So the Riptide with the first lead of the game.
Brings up Grant MacArthur, the designated hitter. First pitch, there's a fastball strike right over the plate. No balls and 1 strike with 2 outs. And with Carter Dance at second, Grant MacArthur, a rising senior at UConn, who was previously at the University of Hawaii as well as San Joaquin Delta College. Looks at a ball downstairs. He also, in 2024, played summer ball for the Rochester Honkers in the Northwoods League. A summer last year where he recorded 36 hits, 8 doubles, 5 long balls as he looks at a strike on the inner part of the zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Played a season at Hawaii followed by San Joaquin Delta College. A 4-year varsity Letterman recipient at Granite Hills High School. 1-2 pitch. That misses high and goes to the backstop, and Carter Dance will go to third. Well, Cade Beloyan just overthrew Jacob Galloway at the plate there and allowed the runner to go to third.
Oaks have to be careful right now. We've already talked about the self-inflicted wounds, but they're down 2-1 right now, and you have Dan's on third base, a guy with some speed. Can't keep having more of those self-inflicted wounds.
Payoff pitch misses downstairs. And it's a full count now on Grant MacArthur. Runner at third, 2 outs. Of course, this is not a situation with a 3-2, 2 out where the runner would be stealing, because have to be a runner on first at least for that. The 3-2 from Beloyan. Skied right side. In foul territory, Danielwitz slides, and he makes the catch. What a play in right field by Lucas Danielwitz to haul in out number 3 in the first inning. And what a play that was down the right field line. It's 2-1 Riptide. We head to the second. We'll be right back.
Batting number 47, Jax Jimenez.
Well, it's 2-1 Riptide as we now head to the second inning, and it'll be Jax Jimenez leading things off for the Conejo Oaks. Jimenez getting the start in center field today. Looks at a high fastball for a ball. Well, Jimenez, we saw him break out in this past Wednesday's game. Came through with a huge 2 RBI double in that 5th inning, and had a couple hits that day. He now has 3 on the summer as he swings and misses at that one for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike, but he's a guy that we didn't see start until Tuesday.
Yeah, now making his 3rd straight start. And you're right, he's kind of slowly finding his rhythm behind the plate.
That one misses low, and he is filling in, at least helping fill in a key spot for the injured Jonathan Smith, who we mentioned before during a batting practice and a base running drill just took a line drive to the face, and he's dealing with a fractured jaw.
Yeah, another guy that's been dominant that we're not seeing tonight in the starting lineup in center field is Tommy Kendalinger, who's been, I mean, both offensively and defensively. I mean, he's kind of been the leadoff guy when it comes to the starting lineup, but defensively, he has shown great range all across center field. He even made a few spectacular plays in Wednesday's victory, just some diving catches that we just saw Daniewicz make on the right side of that field.
Right. Blowing inside, looks like that got Jimenez by the ankle, so he jogs to first. A hit by pitch, the first one we have seen today.
Sammy, I did a quick count. There is 11 total baseball stadiums on this complex, and there's 24 soccer fields. So
24 soccer fields.
24
I mean, I saw a few, but yeah, I mean, I would say I've mostly been at the baseball section of this park. So, but yeah, that's phenomenal. I mean, yeah, just looking at this park on a map, you can see not only how big it is, but how many different facilities you've got, and how many resources and playing areas that you can find.
It's any kid's dream.
That one misses a little bit outside. The batter is Brady Hewitt, and this is the first time we have seen Hewitt since he took that, incoming chopper right to the nose on Tuesday. We weren't sure how long he was going to be out for. I talked to Coach Solis, and he was hopeful and hoping that Hewitt would return soon, and it's good to see that he has recovered. And you sort of wonder if him serving as the DH does have to do with him getting hit in the nose. It could, very well could. Another check on Jimenez at first. Both have been a little close, but yeah, Hewitt, he's another guy who, when he got injured, that at the time was a big blow for the Oaks. Pitch to Hewitt is high and inside. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
No, you're completely right. It's great to see him on the field, and I do think a large reason why we're seeing him at the DH, because like you said, he has been so effective at shortstop. I have to imagine that the nose is definitely playing a role. So it'll be interesting to see how he is used going forward.
2-0 pitch. A swing and a miss. It's a 2-1 count. Michael Ersbaumer pitching in his second inning. The Oaks, they really made him work in that first inning, especially, those at-bats put on by Zach Mora and Jacob Galloway. And the 2-1. That's in there for a strike, 2-2. Well, certainly a little different weather than we're used to at George Sparky Anderson Field, because those games are always during the day because there's no lights on the field, but it's nice to have some cooler weather the later part of the day here in Irvine, California. Another check on Jax Jimenez. A 2-2 count still on Brady Hewitt. Jimenez with a good lead. He does not go, and Hewitt pops that one up on the infield, and calling for it at third base, and making the catch is Camden Sauce for the first out.
Now batting number 2, Isaac
Brings up
Veal. Isaac
Veal, the left fielder for the Oaks. He's a guy, we've seen him come on as a pinch runner, and we've seen him in the starting lineup, and he's a guy, his speed in the outfield has also been instrumental for the Conejo Oaks. We talked about Kendlinger, but can't overlook Veal. First pitch. Veal takes a fastball strike right on the inside corner.
Yeah, and that win versus the Barons, I mean, it was a 19-6 to win, but Veal did make a great play all the way in left field in a almost pretty much a what would have been 3 runs for the Barons, but he was able to get the relay in time and showed off his arm out from left field. But I will say he also probably had his strongest game versus the Barons. He went 2 for 4 with an RBI, 2 runs, and just 1 strikeout. So it was probably his best hitting day we've seen from him thus far this summer.
Yeah, great day. It was a great day for him all around. He also sort of got a taste of his own medicine in that 6th inning when he lined out to center, and there was that tremendous diving catch in center field by Antonio Lujan. As that one misses upstairs, it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Isaac Veal. Isaac Veal, one of 4 Westmont College players for the Conejo Oaks. It's 2 balls and 1 strike with Jimenez at first. 2-1, a swing and a miss. It's an even 2-2 count on Isaac Veal. Jimenez, a guy at first with great speed. Haven't seen him steal yet this summer. Another check on Jimenez. That one was pretty close, but he is able to get back safely. Also want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Pizza Man Dan's. And their support of the Conejo Oaks. Strike 3 called right on the inside part of the plate. 2 gone. So Michael Erspamer with his 3rd strikeout of the day.
Yeah, he's looking really comfortable. And there's a reason why he's the ace for the Riptide here on Friday night. Looking very comfortable. That fastball, he is able to work all corners. And had Veal looking at that 3rd strike.
There's a strike on the inside part of the plate to Jonah Dawson. Dawson, he has been a sporadic starter for the Conejo Oaks. He is coming off a great season with the Cal Lutheran Kingsmen. He lines that one to left field. It is foul by a few feet. It's an 0-2 count on Jonah Dawson. Well, Dawson so far for the Conejo Oaks batting a solid 300. Jimenez the runner at first with 2 outs. Oaks chasing 1 run. Erspamer delivers. A swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Michael Erspamer. Ends the 2nd inning for the Oaks. So we head to the bottom of the 2nd. 2-1 Riptide. We'll be right back. Bottom of the 2nd inning, we welcome you back to the Great Park in Irvine. It is 2-1 Orange County as they come up to bat here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. And leading off is Jonathan Rodriguez, the first baseman for the Riptide. It's great again to have you with us. If you're just joining us, I'm Sammy Fawn alongside Judo Kanyas.
Number 19,
Jonathan Rodriguez, a .250 batter so far in the season, has hit 1 home run. It's 4 RBIs, and Jonathan Rodriguez, a rising junior at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, as he swings and misses at that one for a strike.
Yeah, just signed on May 7th.
Caden Beloyan in his second inning of work looks to rebound from his first inning obstacles and delivers a ball upstairs on that fastball.
And just to note for the audience, the third base coach right now, Grant Mayu, and he is currently also serving as the interim skipper tonight for the OC Riptide. Their main head coach, Brian Evans, is out due to personal reasons.
There's a swing and a miss by Rodriguez. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Jonathan Rodriguez, the first baseman for the Riptide, Caden Beloyan. Ready to work. The 1-2. Grounded. Dawson knocks it down. He picks it up, throws to first, but it's too late. Well, that was a hot shot off the bat of Rodriguez, and it's kind of tough for Dawson over there at second base. It is an error on Dawson, but looked like he got that one right off the heel of the glove, which is obviously not where you want to get it. He was able to knock it down, but the ball skipped a little too far away from him, and he didn't have time to throw out Rodriguez.
Yeah, it was a good attempt. I mean, Rodriguez did great base running there for 90 feet. But like you said, Sammy, yeah, it was a tough one to control. And
brings up Reed Montgomery, the center fielder for the Riptide. First pitch is skied into shallow left center, and the shortstop, Zach Mora, goes out to make the catch for the first out.
Yeah, Moore now kind of taking the shortstop duties for the second straight game, replacing Brady Hewitt, who we have seen pretty much for a majority of the season filling out that 6.
That'll bring up Tyler Hawley, the number 9 hitter. Tyler Holland, I beg your pardon. Tyler Holland, last hitter in the Riptide's lineup. Yes, we do have a Tyler Hawley and a Tyler Holland in this game.
Can get confusing.
It can. I'm not excusing my mistake, though. First pitch. Chopped foul to the left side, and Tyler Holland, currently at the University of Arkansas. He attended Mission Viejo High School. He was ranked by Perfect Game as a top 500 overall prospect and the number 439 shortstop in the class of 2024. He was also a preseason All-American. There's a pickoff play at first, not in time. California All-Region second team as well. He waits for an 0-1 from Caden Beloyan with Rodriguez at first and 1 out. There's a swing and a miss. And Holland falls behind 0-2.
I have to say, I don't know who is down in the stands, but there's a heckler that has been going at it for the first 1.5 innings. Maybe someone's dad, I don't know, but he is consistently bringing the noise.
I have a good feeling you can hear him on your screen too. There goes Rodriguez, pitches high, throw to second is in time. They got him. Jonathan Rodriguez gunned down at second base for the second out on a strike to second base.
Beautifully
by
done.
Jacob Galloway.
Beautifully done by Galloway right there. Read Rodriguez like a book right there. Saw him take off his leadoff and fired that one. And, you know, we'd seen a few balls this season in Galloway and the second and shortstop kind of come up empty-handed, but right there, that was put right in the glove of Dawson, and just all Dawson had to do was put that glove down and tag him out.
Sort of erases the error by Dawson, not statistically, but makes up for it. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count on Tyler Holland. Beloyan deals. That's in the dirt, and the count runs full. Well, the Orange County Riptide playing today following a 9-8 walk-off loss against the Santa Barbara Foresters. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Beloyan deals. Popped up in the air to left field, and the left fielder Veal is underneath it and makes the catch. So, a scoreless second inning, the equivalent of a 1-2-3 inning if you think about the stolen base, and we head to third inning, 2-1 Riptide. We'll be back. We welcome you back to Great Park in Irvine, California. Also want to give another shout out to the Conejo Oaks sponsor, Pizza Man Dan's.
Number 9.
As we get set for the top of the third, the Oaks have the top of the order due up. Lucas Daniewicz, who led off this game on the first pitch with a triple to right field, and down the right field line, Daniewicz with his speed, we've seen him hit triples to left field plenty of times, and that one is popped up to the right side in foul territory, but Rodriguez runs out of room. So it's an 0-1 count. Second time in a row we've seen Lucas Daniewicz swing at the first pitch.
Yeah, the Oaks actually lead the California Collegiate League South in triples with 4 this season. We've seen, Hewitt, a few other guys. Falskin had a triple last game, so we've seen guys be able to round the bases.
No balls and 1 strike. Earthbomber deals. That one misses in the dirt for ball 1. Well, Lucas Daniewicz is the oldest guy on the Conejo Oaks squad. This past season, he was first-team All-SCIAC at Cal Lutheran. He also had the 3rd best batting average in the SCIAC and the 4th best OPS. 4th most hits as well. And he flies that one in the air to left field. Pretty well hit. Back goes Navarro to the wall. He's got room and makes the catch. So out number 1 here in the 3rd inning, and
Zach Mora
brings up Zach Mora, who was a strikeout victim his first time up. Michael Earthbomber in his 3rd inning of work. He has not gone more than 4 innings this season so far.
Yeah, he's looked completely comfortable on that mound.
That one misses outside for a ball. And, the thing about the California Collegiate League and summer ball is that pitchers can only throw a certain amount of innings according to their coaches and their team rules. And especially, for a guy like Earthbomber who's just about to kick off his college career, it's super important for him not to wear out his arm and not to throw more than he should, because last thing you want from a guy like him to start his college season is for his arm to be tired at the beginning of the season, especially if he's got the potential, and he does, to be one of the top starters for Stanford.
Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, for someone that, just in this sample size alone, we're seeing from him, 3 strikeouts, but he's really just been effective in getting a lot of the balls into the strike zone and having, Oaks either swing or chase at them. And yeah, no, I completely agree. A guy like him, it's also important about rest. Baseball is such a taxing sport, especially as a pitcher. And so he does need his rest. But right here, you got to keep him in. He's been effective as hell.
1-2 is chopped foul. Yeah, being a pitcher, a lot of pitchers, they make it look easy, but as the game progresses, each pitch you throw, your arm really does tire out throughout the game, especially, if it's not the best defensive innings that you have. But also, people don't see the amount of work that pitchers put in off the field and in the gym and in the off season too, as that one is fouled straight back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And, this is the off season from college baseball, technically.
Yeah.
But, summer, it is a prime baseball season as well, kind of building off of spring. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Zach Mora, and he pops that one back. It goes foul.
Oh.
This is a good at-bat being put on by Zach Mora. Battling Michael Earthbomber with a 1-2 count. He deals. And he fouls that one off to the left side. Still 1-2.
Yeah, even though Moore struck out his first time at the plate, he gave a really strong fight to Earthbomber the first time we saw him.
And he still contributed to the inning because he made him throw a lot of pitches.
Yeah, I know. Earthbomber.
You can look at that strikeout and say, well, he didn't do anything, but there's a physical stamina side to baseball too, beyond what the stats say on paper or online. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Mora. Earthbomber deals. Swing and a miss. So the second time that Mora has gone down via way of the K, and for Earthbomber, that's his 5th strikeout.
Yeah, and both times he's gotten Mora, it's been that upstairs fastball that he's just not been able to get contact with. So S-Bomber, he knows where he needs to get to, but Moore has, and we already mentioned, able to battle it off to a certain extent.
And Earthbomber has matched his game high in strikeouts so far. He's now got 5 strikeouts in each of the games that he has thrown. Brings up Jacob Galloway, responsible for the Oaks' lone run with the sac fly his first time up, and he yanks that one foul to the right side. Well, as you mentioned, Galloway leads the team in RBIs, and we've seen him and Anthony Thomas behind the plate. And we first saw Anthony Thomas get the start for the Oaks, but Galloway is a guy who has stepped up right alongside him. 0-1 on the way. Galloway looks at a ball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the Orange County Riptide, an even 5-5 record. They were supposed to play 2 games in a row against the Santa Barbara Foresters, as the 1-1 misses low and inside. But for the Riptide and for the Foresters the Riptide were supposed to host the Foresters this past Tuesday, but apparently the Foresters bus broke down, and so the game has been postponed, we were told, to this Monday, which is the CCL's off day technically, and the lights just came on here at Great Park.
Yeah, it's a beautiful night down here in Irvine, California. Yeah, once again, there's this park. I mean, you can kind of get a picture on the screen, but it does, I would say, look the equivalent of a minor league park. I mean,
absolutely.
Or I could just say where the Sacramento A's are playing.
And the between innings festivities just add to it, I think. And the Jumbotron and the scoreboard, as that one is fouled straight back. Still a 2-2 count. So Jacob Galloway putting on a battle of his own against Michael Earthbomber. 2 outs. Here's the 2-2. Chopped to the right side. Jonathan Rodriguez picks it up and tags Galloway for the 3rd out. So Michael Earthbomber with his first 1-2-3 inning of this game, and we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Still 2-1 Riptide. We'll be back. We welcome you back to Great Park here in Irvine, California, as the Orange County Riptide will come up to bat in their half of the 3rd. And the Riptide, much like the Oaks here in their half of the 3rd, have their top of the order due up with Bradley Navarro, Jake Evans, and Zach Crandall due up. Navarro grounded out to second his first time up, as Caden Beloyan enters his 3rd inning of work. And Navarro looks at a fastball strike on the outside part of the plate, 0-1.
He won the National High School Invitational with Huntington Beach High School, not too far here from Irvine, California. Also won Division I CIF State Championship and earned 2022 Sunset League All-Academic First Team Honors.
There's a strike on the outside corner to Navarro. Yeah, I mentioned Navarro having played for Michigan and Cypress College collegiately, now at Utah, and he launches that one in the air to center field, but center fielder for the Conejo Oaks, Jax Jimenez, has plenty of room to make the catch. Brings up Jake Evans for the Orange County Riptide. Evans popped out to first his first time up. Riptide with a small 2-1 lead over the Conejo Oaks. The Orange County Riptide are in their 10th season with the California Collegiate League. The team was established in 2015, so they've been around for, this is now their 11th total season, but then they shortly joined the conference, or the league, following year. And in 2017, they won it all. They won the CCL championship. As Jake Evans looks at a strike on the inside corner. Another fun fact about the Riptide is that they have 5 alumni who are in Major League Baseball. That's right, 5.
Yeah, it'd be the same number that the Oaks have.
0-2. That one's in the dirt. Yes, the 5 alumni, 4 of them were on the 2017 CCL championship team, but they consist of Caleb Killian, a pitcher on the Cubs, Diamondbacks outfielder Dominic Fletcher, Trey Lipscomb, Washington Nationals third baseman, Hunter Big, a Cub pitcher, and Eric Wagaman, a utility player. Yeah, a lot of big league action for the Orange County Riptide. Certainly a rich history, and a very competitive team with a lot of D1 college players as well. Hunter Big, a pitcher for the Rays, and Eric Wagaman, a Marlins utility now. That one misses upstairs. Count runs full on Jake Evans. Yeah, in 2017, their championship year, the Riptide went 33-11. They never lost by more than 3 runs either, and they earned the nickname the Dream Team. 3-2, strike 3 called right over the plate. So 2 gone here in the 3rd inning, and for Beloyan, that is his first strikeout of the day.
From the University of California, Irvine, number 9, Zach Crandall.
Well, that brings up Zach Crandall for the Orange County Riptide. Crandall, a rising redshirt senior at UC Irvine, which is, I don't want to say right around the corner necessarily, but right in this town, not far away, as he looks at a strike on the inside corner. And I will say, not going to lie, I had thought at first that because of all the UC Irvine signs that this park may have been attached to the campus, but it's miles away as that one is fouled away. It's an 0-2 count on Zach Crandall, but Zach Crandall was previously at Orange Coast College, as well as the University of Utah, where he redshirted, and he actually played for the Conejo Oaks in the summer of 2022, as he fouls off another one. And a couple summers later, he played for the Moncado Moondogs of the Northwoods League in 2024. No balls and 2 strikes. Beloyan deals, and that one misses a little bit upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, at Orange Coast College, Crandall played in 26 games in 2023. As he's behind 1-2 to Beloyan. He deals. In the air to left center field. That is dropping in the gap for a base hit. Cut off by Veal, and it's a 2-out single for Zach Crandall. So the Riptide, with a runner at first and 2 outs, a chance to capitalize on their lead.
That was a good piece of hitting right there from Crandall. Waited for the right pitch, and he found it, and was able to find that gap into left center field between Veal and Jimenez.
Well, that brings up Camden Sauce for the Riptide. He reached on a chopper that Beloyan had leaped for it, and it went off his glove, and he lines that one foul to the right side. And that play turned out to be costly for the Oaks because if Beloyan lets that ball go, chances are the Oaks have the best chance to get him out at first base, but the Oaks responded immediately as Carter Dance, who's on deck, delivered the 2 RBI double as Sauce fouls off another one to the right side, 0-2.
Yeah, eventually led to the 2-run RBI double, I should say, from Carter Dance. But since then, Beloyan has found some rhythm. Before this single right here by Crandall, he had retired the last 4 batters.
No balls and 2 strikes. That one misses in the dirt. For a ball, it's a 1-2 count on Camden Sauce. 2025, he batted .327. Recorded 6 RBIs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Beloyan deals, and it's a fastball. Strike 3 called right on the outside corner. Beloyan with his 2nd strikeout, and still a 1-run game as we head to the 4th inning, and we have just hit the hour mark of this game. We'll be right back. Well, we are a third of the way through this game. Here we are in the 4th inning. Want to give another shout out to Conejo Oaks sponsor Pizza Man Dan's in Moore Park, California.
29, Devin Wilkes.
And Devin Wilkes will kick things off for the Oaks here in the 4th inning. He singled his first time up. He has 1 of 2 home runs for the Oaks this season. And the first pitch is slapped foul to the right side, 0-1. Devin Wilkes, he's certainly been a key bat for the Oaks all season so far.
Yeah, got a single in the first plate appearance he made. It was his first hit in 3 games. But yeah, you're right. I mean, even he's been very effective when runners have been scoring position. And I have to say, you guys are definitely hearing it over a microphone. There's a good crowd presence here. I don't know the exact attendance. It's probably one of the bigger. I mean, it's a rather big stadium, so it's hard to.
Yeah.
But if you packed it all together in one stand, we got some good hecklers here today, though.
Off speed is in there for a strike. Yeah, I mean, the type of ballpark facilities that Great Park has, this is, and with how talented the team is too, like, this is a team that deserves a good attendance, especially on a Friday night. 0-2 misses high and outside for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Devin Wilkes. Well, you know, we've seen Wilkes serve as the DH as well as the first baseman. I think with Nate Johnson out, it's going to be more important for him to fill that role at first base. Grounded to the right side. Evans knocks it down. Throw to first in time.
That was bang bang right there. Wilkes with good base running, but Evans able to control the ball just in time and make the throw to first.
Number 7, Tyler Hawley. Remember, if he strikes out, you get $2 off beer.
That brings up Tyler Hawley for the Conejo Oaks.
And you get $2 off. Any I guess Riptide fan will get $2 off beer if Tyler Hawley strikes out, which would also be the 6th strikeout for S. Bomber.
Bomber in his 4th inning of work has allowed just 1 run. And he deals a fastball strike on the upper part of the strike zone, 0-1. And it's been a neck-and-neck game so far. You know, the Riptide certainly took the lead in a big way in the bottom of the first, but it's been very close and tight-knit. I think both starters have really shook off their first inning struggles. There's a swing and a miss by Tyler Hawley. He's behind 0-2.
Yeah, outside of that, you know, leadoff triple by Daniewicz and the single by Wilkes also in the first inning, has retired now 7 straight batters. 3 of those have been via strikeout.
The 0-2 to Hawley. Swing and a miss. And well, the Riptide fans got their wish. $2 off as Michael Ersbomber collects his 6th strikeout of the night.
See a few fans getting out of their seats and looking to indulge in the offer.
Up next, number 47, Jax Jimenez.
Brings up Jax Jimenez, the center fielder for the Oaks. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. He was the most recent base runner that the Oaks have had. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1.
And that fastball just got right by him. He didn't even really know what to do with that ball right there.
Looked a little more like off speed the way it sort of moved and dropped. No balls and 1 strike with 2 outs. Jimenez with a fly ball to center field, and right underneath it to make the catch is Reed Montgomery. A 1-2-3 inning for Michael Ersbomber. He has retired 9 in a row. And we now head to the bottom of the 4th. Stay tuned.
Batting for your Riptide from North.
We now enter the bottom of the 4th inning. Riptide will come up to bat in their half of the 4th, and Carter Dans will lead things off for the Riptide. He hit the big 2 RBI double his first time up. He is responsible for both RBIs for Orange County so far. As Caden Beloyan enters his 4th inning of work. And there's a fastball strike on the outside part of the plate, 0-1.
And when you look at both of these pitching staffs, they're top 6 in allowing the least amount of runs this season. Oaks just allowing 49 total runs as a pitching staff.
There's a strike on the lower part of the zone, 0-2. Beloyan in the driver's seat here ahead of Carter Dans. Dans listed as a pitcher on the roster for the Orange County Riptide. Nice to see some two-way players especially in college ball. There's a grounder to the right side, and Dawson throws to first to take care of Dan's.
Yeah, Dan's actually pitched at Northwestern this past season.
Now batting from the University of Connecticut, number 44, Grant MacArthur.
Brings up Grant MacArthur for the Orange County Riptide. MacArthur flew out to right his first time up, as he bats for the second time tonight.
Had a very productive year at UConn this past season, batting .306, 40 RBIs and 9 home runs. Also had a single high 7 RBIs in one game where he had 3 hits, 2 homers versus Butler University on May 10th.
He also had 3 multi-homer games this season, as there's a ground ball base hit through the left side. So Grant MacArthur on with a 1-out single.
Yeah, good piece of hitting right there in the C&I single. And just like that, one out, they got a runner on first.
Up next for your Riptide from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, number 19, Jonathan Rodriguez.
That brings up Jonathan Rodriguez, who reached on an error his first time up and then was caught stealing on what was an absolute strike to second base by Jacob Galloway. Runner at first with 1 out, 2-1 Riptide. First pitch is fouled off to the left side, 0-1. Well, both of these teams have come off some good seasons, and you know, one season after 2017, when the Riptide won their first CCL, the Oaks followed, winning their first CCL championship. Of course, they won it all last year, 2024, against the Walnut Creek Crawdads. As that's another foul ball, no balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Reed Montgomery for Orange County. 0-2 on the way. Grounded to the right side. That's a fair ball down the right field line. Hustling into third is Grant MacArthur, and they will send him home. And there will be no throw to the plate, and it's an RBI triple for Jonathan Rodriguez, and the Riptide extend their lead. It's 3-1 OC.
Great piece of hitting right there from Rodriguez. Just another one of those balls. We saw a similar hit ball in the second inning that just got, or I should say the first inning by Dance, that just got through that third baseline, and that one just got through the first baseline. Wilkes made a good attempt at the right, but with the way that ball was traveling, that was gonna be a tough one to do. And yeah, the basically an RBI triple.
Reed Montgomery now the batter, and the infield is in for the Oaks as they now trail by 2 runs. Jonathan Rodriguez at third. Montgomery fouls off the first pitch he sees, 0-1. Well, as the sun goes down and starts to get a little darker here at Great Park, and we've got lights all around the field, and that's something that the Conejo Oaks are not necessarily accustomed to, at least this summer, with no lights at George Sparky Anderson Field at Cal Lutheran University. And for anyone who's curious and doesn't know, the reason there's no lights at George Sparky Anderson Field is actually because of the surrounding neighborhoods that are right by the ballpark.
Yeah, that's kind of the benefit here when you're in a sports complex. You don't really have to worry about all that.
Misses low and inside for a ball.
And looking at the rest of the Oaks schedule just this season, this is the latest start for a game, 7 p.m.
That is right.
Have a few 6:05 starts, but 7 is the latest.
1-2. Misses high and away for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And I will say, a 7 p.m. start, it's interesting because we have heard of times at Jackie Robinson Memorial Field where the Arroyo Seco Saints play, those lights go off right at 10 p.m., right? So once that time hits, game could be in full action, but lights are going out as Montgomery goes down via way of the K for the second out.
Yeah, well, the Oaks will actually travel to Jackie Robinson Field for the first time next Tuesday. And that game starts at 6:05, so
Yeah.
see if there's any delays, but should be out by 10 p.m. But this has been a season of craziness.
So 2 gone here in the 5th inning, or 4th inning, I beg your pardon, bottom of the 4th. The Riptide have scored 1 run. There's a fastball upstairs for a ball. 1-0 the count on Tyler Holland, the shortstop. Flew out to left his first time up. Jonathan Rodriguez is the runner at third. 1-0. Misses upstairs for ball 2. It's a 2-0 count on Tyler Holland.
Kind of seeing that similar approach when the Oaks went on the road last versus the Barons of, all the batters just coming out, first pitch swinging. And that really kind of throws you off as a pitcher when you can't really settle into a strike zone, and we've seen the Riptide do it today.
Misses high and inside. It's a 3-0 count on Tyler Holland. And, we mentioned before we haven't seen a pitcher go more than 5 innings now. See how Beloyan fares as he deals a fastball right on the inside corner for a strike. Well, I must say the vibes are very much that of a professional, big league ballpark, or even, like minor league baseball here at Great Park. 3-1 on the way. A swing and a miss, so from 3-0 to a full count as Beloyan has a chance to come all the way back here in this at-bat.
Be a big strikeout right here for Beloyan to get out just with 1 run.
A full count with 2 outs and a runner at third. 3-2 on the way. Misses upstairs for ball 4. So Caden Beloyan issues his first walk of the day. That brings up Bradley Navarro for the Orange County Riptide.
From the University of Utah, number 26, Bradley Navarro.
Navarro, the left fielder for the Orange County Riptide. He is 0 for 2 on the day so far, with a ground out and a fly out. And the Riptide have runners at the corners with 2 outs as Beloyan checks on Holland at first. Well, there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. First and third. Bradley Navarro waiting for his first pitch. And it's a fastball strike right over the plate, 0-1.
Even has that major league atmosphere with the hecklers that are in the crowd.
0-1 is a fastball a little bit off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the Orange County Riptide, they have appeared in the CCL playoffs in 7 out of the last 8 seasons. There's a fastball outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, the Riptide, they hosted their first 6 games of this season. They're set to host 27 games this season at home, which is the most home games in the team's history. As that one misses upstairs, it's a 3-1 count on Bradley Navarro. Yeah, their first 3 games home consisted of the Bombers, the Foresters, and the Philippines. They played the San Diego Waves as well. Again, the San Diego Bombers, and then Philippines baseball group. And that one is grounded right back up the middle. That is a base hit. In to score is Rodriguez. And holding at second is Tyler Holland. It's an RBI single for Bradley Navarro, and it's now 4-1 Riptide.
Has a good piece of hitting, just drives that through the midfield of the diamond, and just like that, the Oaks have now, I apologize, the Riptide have now increased their lead to 4-1, and now a mound visit from pitching coach Scott Radinsky. So it's Jacob Galloway.
Yeah, this visit from Scott Radinsky, who is a former big league left-handed pitcher himself, was drafted by the White Sox right out of high school. He walks back, Caden Beloyan will stay in there and try to get this last out, as the Riptide now have runners at first and second with 2 outs.
Number 49, Jake Evans.
And Jake Evans is the batter. Evans 0 for 2 on the day, a pop out and a strikeout.
Yeah, like you said, we saw Beloyan go 5 innings versus the Barons on the 13th.
I wouldn't predict seeing the same thing tonight, but he's holding up there. He's pitching strong as he delivers a ball low. He allowed 2 runs in the first and 2 this inning. So yeah, he's faced some obstacles and some hurdles, but he's in there. He's in this game. As that one is fouled off to the left side, it's an even 1-1 count. Also do want to point out that I do have a friend who is a journalism intern with the Orange County Riptide. Her name is Emma Paholski. Got to see her before the game today. And she is actually taking my job as the sports editor for the Echo this upcoming academic year. And she'll be a senior this year, so.
Some big shoes to fill.
Absolutely, yeah. I filled that position for 2 years. And it's been incredibly rewarding. Misses down and away for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, right now for Beloyan, it's really just focus on this one batter and get out of this inning, because a swing of the bat from the Riptide could really break this game open.
2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs. 2 runners on. Misses high and tight for ball 3, a 3-1 count. A hitter's count on Jake Evans. 2 runners on. A walk is certainly going to, threaten some trouble here for Caden Beloyan. 3 balls and 1 strike. Jake Evans in the driver's seat right now. Runners at first and second with 2 outs, and they both have big leagues. Wilkes is not even holding Navarro on. There's a fastball strike on the outside corner, so it's a full count now on Jake Evans, which means with 2 outs, the runners will be going on this pitch. So it's a full count with 2 outs. Got Holland at second and Navarro at first. Runners go. 3-2 is lined right at Holly at third, so a much-needed third out for Caden Beloyan as we now head to the 5th inning. It's 4-1 Riptide. We'll be back. We head now to the 5th inning, and Michael Ersbaumer's day on the mound is done. He yields way to Nathan Hellman. Nathan Hellman making his 4th pitching appearance this summer. He is 1-0 on the season. His one win came in a 12-1 victory over the Philippines baseball group back on June 12th. He pitched 3 innings that game, struck out 3 batters, his game high so far this season, and he gets ready to face Brady Hewitt, leading things off for the Oaks in the 5th inning. And Hewitt looks at a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Well, take a look at Nathan Hellman, a rising senior, also a redshirt junior on the baseball team at Kennesaw State University, where he transferred from Saddleback College, as Hewitt swings and misses through that one for a strike. And Hellman in 2025 went 0-1 in 16 appearances. He started 1 game. He struck out 14 batters, held batters to, or he picked up a 7.36 ERA as Hewitt goes down looking. So 1 gone here in the 5th inning for the Oaks. That brings up Isaac Veal.
Now batting number 2, Isaac.
1 batter, 1 strikeout for Hellman to get things started. That'd be his 7th strikeout of the season.
Hellman lettered in both baseball and football at Dana Hills High School. He graduated in 2021. He was also an All-South Coast League selection in both sports, as Veal takes a strike. Riptide with a 3-run lead. It's 4-1 here in the 5th inning. There's a swing and a miss by Isaac Veal. Veal was a strikeout victim his first time up. He went down looking. The Riptide currently an even record on the season. They started off a little sluggish, dropping their first 3 games, but they've rebounded and they've put up a fight this season. Strike 3 called right over the plate. Back-to-back strikeouts for Nathan Hellman, both looking.
Yeah, I mean, ever since the start of the 2nd inning, it has been rough sledding for the Oaks offensively, who have yet to record a hit since the 1st inning. And Hellman just continuing where we saw Palmer dominate in those first 4 innings.
Brings up Jonah Dawson for the Conejo Oaks, and he looks at a ball inside. Dawson struck out his first time up.
And it's kind of where you miss guys like a Nate Johnson or Jonathan Smith, who are big power hitters. Oaks just don't really have that right now in their lineup, at least the starting lineup tonight, I should say.
Dawson looks at a ball downstairs, and yeah, you know, when you think about power, Dawson is, you know, not exactly a power hitter per se, especially from a statistical standpoint, but he's a strong guy at the plate. He definitely has that power to make an impact, coming off of a 36-hit season for the Cal Lutheran Kingsmen. As he looks at a ball in the dirt, and he picked up 20 RBIs in 2025. Batted .239 as he plays for the Oaks this season at the halfway point of his college career. He's ahead 3-0 in the count. And he looks at a strike right over the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike. Well, Dawson and Danuitz, the 2 Cal Lutheran baseball players, at the plate, batting right behind each other from the 9th to the 1 spot. As Dawson fouls that one off to the right. Of course, you know, the Conejo Oaks have had a plethora of Cal Lu players on the team, and that should make sense, right? Because, of course, the home field is George Sparky Anderson Field at Cal Lutheran University. A 3-ball, 2-strike count on Dawson. He looks at strike 3 on the outside corner, so Nathan Hellman strikes out the side, and the second time Dawson has gone down. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Stay tuned. Here we are now in the bottom of the bottom of the fifth inning, and Caden Beloyan's day on the mound is done. He yields way to Xander Allen Fox. Xander Allen Fox has made 3 appearances so far this season, all of which came in victories for the Conejo Oaks. His last appearance was on June 14th against the MLB Academy at Barron's in what was a 6-3 win. He's got a 2.25 ERA this season. First pitch is a strike right on the inside corner to Zach Crandall, the catcher for the Orange County Riptide.
He's 2 for 2 today.
He certainly is. He's got a double and a single. 0-1 misses in the dirt. That one landed into the grass before the dirt, it looked like.
Allen Fox also teammates during the actual baseball, or I should say, the spring baseball season with Anthony Thomas, both right now at Grossmont College.
1-1, misses a little bit inside for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And for a guy like Xander Allen Fox, he's coming off elbow tendonitis, which kept him out for pretty much the rest of the season. He last played a game for Grossmont on February 27th, 2025. Obviously, like you mentioned, Sammy, he's made a few appearances here for the Oaks, but he's had some time off between the regular season for Grossmont and coming here during the summer, which is, always for a pitcher, a good and a bad thing.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Crandall, and he fouls that one off himself. Still a 2-2 count. But yeah, he struck out 30 batters in 2025, allowed just 1 home run. As he battles against Zach Crandall here, catcher for Riptide.
Was actually ranked 38th as a first baseman in California in his high school days at Santana Sultans.
2-2 on the way is a fastball high and inside. The count runs full. And the Oaks chasing 3 runs now here in the 5th inning. This game is far from over, though. 3-2 pitch. Crandall looks at ball 4 upstairs. So Zach Crandall with a leadoff walk, just the second walk that we have seen from the Oaks pitching staff.
Your third baseman, number 2, Camden.
I will say, though, the first walk was costly. It was a 2-out walk of Tyler Holland that was followed by an RBI single by Bradley Navarro back in the 4th inning. And that brings up Camden Sauce. Grounded softly to second. Dawson bobbles it, throws to first, and it's not in time. Well, Jonah Dawson, that ball was not hit hard enough to turn 2, but if Dawson fields that cleanly, you can at least get the lead runner, but instead the ball took a tricky hop on Dawson and landed, right between his chest and the glove, and he just couldn't pick it up in time, and it's his second error of the game.
Got second on Dawson, and he just had a little bit of a tough time kind of controlling those ground balls that come towards him. Right there, just once again, kind of the heel of his glove, not able to get a good position on it. We've now seen that 2 times today from Dawson, and one is all right, 2 is now could cost the Oaks here for more runs. And going back to your point, the Oaks are certainly not out of it. We've seen what they can do. They've scored 8 runs in an inning. They've scored 7 runs in an inning. So we know the power that they are, just how hot they can get when they need to be. But what we've seen thus far offensively is they are going to have to turn it up. They have now kind of struggled ever since the 1st inning, and the Riptide are starting to find a rhythm, and a rhythm fast here in the 5th inning.
First pitch is a ball low and away to Carter Dance. Yeah, the Riptide in business. Runners at 1st and 2nd, and nobody out here in the 5th inning, and they've already got a 3-run cushion, but they definitely would want to push for more insurance against a team like the Conejo Oaks, who are, as we've seen, a very, very strong team. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. 1-0 misses low and away. 2 balls and no strikes on Carter Dance.
Well, Dance is 1 for 2 with a 2 RBI double that came back in the first inning.
And the Riptide right now 6th in all of the California Collegiate League in RBIs with 52. They've already added a few more today.
"2-0. That one is fouled straight back. 2 balls and 1 strike.
I will give this heckler props though. He does have a lot of stamina. He's putting forth. I have to say he is consistently belting out whatever he's belting out. It's honestly not all audible.
Certainly earns a shout out. 2 balls and 1 strike on Carter Dance.
Oh, I've now located the heckler.
There's a base hit through the left side. And they'll go station to station as Zach Crandall holds at third, so a base hit through the left side. Have loaded the bases with nobody out for Grant MacArthur coming up. So what we've seen so far from the Riptide, a walk, an error, and a single.
Yeah, it's been another one of these innings where the Riptide have come in and been aggressive at the first pitch. And Xander Allen Fox, he's throwing some good balls, but the Riptide are slinging them back into the field to play.
Bases loaded, nobody out. It's 4-1 Riptide. Grant MacArthur, the batter. Looks at a ball low and in. 1-0. Well, MacArthur 1 for 2 on the day so far. He singled his last time up back in the 4th inning when the Riptide scored 2 runs. Xander Allen Fox in some hot water here. Crandall at third, Sauce at second, and Dance at first. That one misses inside. It's 2-0 on Grant MacArthur. Well, a walk here would make this a 4-run lead, as MacArthur is halfway to that feat. 2-0 is chopped foul off of MacArthur himself. It's now a 2-1 count as Xander Allen Fox. Best thing for the Oaks could be to get a double play.
Yeah, it definitely would be the best thing. You're looking at bases loaded with 0 outs right now for the Oaks. They are certainly in lots of traffic. Typical 5 p.m. on the 405.
That misses in the dirt, and looks like it actually hit MacArthur. So a run scores. It's now 5-1 Riptide.
Now batting your first baseman, number 19, Jonathan Rodriguez.
That brings up Jonathan Rodriguez for the Orange County Riptide. Rodriguez is 1 for 2 on the day. He reached on an error his first time up, and then he hit an RBI triple in the 4th inning. Bases loaded, still nobody out. 5-1 Riptide. Xander Allen Fox delivers. There's a fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1.
Rodriguez in high school at Survey was first team All-Trinity League as a senior. He earned 3 times All-League honors in his high school career. He was ranked as the 7th first baseman in all of California in 2023 out of Fullerton, California.
0-1, a swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes, so certainly a different sequence that we're seeing from Allen Fox on the mound than what was in his last batter face against MacArthur. Allen Fox gets ahead early against Jonathan Rodriguez. Bases loaded, nobody out. 5-1 Riptide. 0-2 pitch. That one is fouled away. Still 0-2. Well, the Oaks, they've played one road game before tonight. That was last Friday on June 13th at MLB Youth Academy against the Barons. Their one loss to the Barons. No balls and 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. That one is ripped foul to the right side. So still an 0-2 count on Jonathan Rodriguez. Well, a ball over the fence right here could really blow this game open.
Yeah, it would certainly. I mean, a grand slam, I think in any game blows a game open, but right here with the Oaks trailing 5-1, that is the last thing you want to see.
0-2 on the way. Fouled straight back. No balls and 2 strikes. Still the count to Jonathan Rodriguez. On deck is Reed Montgomery, as Rodriguez putting up an extensive at-bat right here against Xander Allen Fox. 0-2 pitch. Another foul ball, and we'll reset and do it again.
We've seen the Oaks pitching staff only give up 2 home runs this season. Most recently in the win against the Barons was Jacob Klinowski, their right fielder, who went yard on a solo shot.
Oh, 2 on the way, and another foul ball by Rodriguez.
And I have to say, you know, we've had quite a few concourses being wide open, but we did see a foul ball kind of head towards our direction.
Yeah.
And I have to say, Sam, I didn't realize there was actually a true roof over us. It's just kind of these thin pillars that kind of lay perpendicular to each other, and we're not really in the best protection, so I hope you brought your gloves, Sammy.
I did not, unfortunately. And Rodriguez fouls off another one. This is one heck of an at-bat that Rodriguez is putting up against Xander Allen Fox. And he's really getting his money's worth right here. No balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded with nobody out. Sauce, Dance, and MacArthur the runners, and Rodriguez launches that one in the air to center field. That should be deep enough to score a run. Catch is made by Jimenez, and coming to the plate is Camden Sauce. And it's now 6-1 Riptide on a sacrifice fly by Jonathan Rodriguez.
Up next, your center fielder.
Well, that's just a great at-bat by Jonathan Rodriguez, fouling off countless pitches, and, you know, still with the 0-2 count, but he got a pitch that he could drive out there and get another run home.
Yeah, and I mean, with just one, with now putting one out on, that's really all you can ask for if you're the Riptide. I mean, obviously you would want to get him on base, but right there, yeah, you hit it far enough into center field, and, you know, Jimenez has played well there, but I mean, you'd have to have a rocket launcher of an arm to even think about getting that back to home plate. So it was a good at-bat right there by Rodriguez, and like, yeah, he kept fighting until he got the right pitch.
So now it's runners at the corners with 1 out, and now 6-1 Riptide, and good pickoff move by Xander Allen Fox to first base, but MacArthur gets back safely. As Reed Montgomery, he is 0 for 2 on the day so far, a pop out and a strikeout. Gets his 3rd at bat right here. And he fouls that one off right into the Riptide's dugout. Well, the Riptide, they have scored in the last 2 innings so far, the 5th and the 4th inning. They scored 2 in the 1st. And this game looked close for a while, but the Riptide looking like they're jumping out and really blowing this game open. And you got to give props to Xander Allen Fox's pickoff move. It is a good one, and it's a tough one to read as a base runner. He's a tough pitcher to steal off of.
Yeah, I got to find a way to make these base runners think twice.
Oh, 1 misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike, and you know, this is seeming like a long at bat with the amount of pickoff throws that Xander Allen Fox has had to make to first base. Runners at the corners with 1 out. He delivers, and it's a fastball high and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. The count on Reed Montgomery. Riptide with many insurance runs and potential insurance runners on base. Two-one is a strike right on the upper part of the strike zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Runners at the corners with 1 out. A 5-run lead for the Riptide. 2-2 pitch. Montgomery takes one high, so it's now a full count on Reed Montgomery. And Xander Allen Fox really having to labor through this 6th inning, or 5th inning. Three, 2, 1 out, 1st and 3rd. The pitch. Another chopped foul, and I mean, I gotta say this, I gotta give props to the heckler's energy. I mean, he is becoming harder to ignore.
Oh yeah, no,
as the game goes on, especially for us, I think.
Yeah, he took advantage of that strikeout deal. You get the $2 off a beer. I'm pretty sure he took advantage of that. But yeah, he's actually in. If you're watching the stream, he is in your bottom right. He's in an orange shirt.
That one is chopped on the infield, and Allen Fox will throw to first. It's not in time, and a run scores. It's an infield RBI single for Reed Montgomery, and it's now a 7-1 lead for the Riptide, and they are just continuing to blow it open here in this 5th inning.
Now batting your shortstop, number 1, Tyler.
I don't think that was intentional right there, as he kind of almost checked his swing. That was Montgomery, but yeah, it worked out perfectly that it kind of went down that left, or the 3rd base line, I should say, and Montgomery, he has wheels to him, and he was able to outrun that ball. Good time by Xander Allen Fox to pretty much throw it across the diamond.
Well, Scott Radinsky making definitely a needed visit out to the mound for Xander Allen Fox. It's now a 7-1 Riptide lead. The batter coming up is Tyler Holland, who is 0 for 1 on the day with a walk. Well, the Riptide with runners at 1st and 2nd. The runners MacArthur at 2nd and Montgomery at 1st. And just 1 out here in this bottom of the 5th inning. Xander Allen Fox looking to clean up this mess. First pitch is popped back foul, and right up the elevator shaft. The catch is made by Galloway. He throws to second. It goes into center field, but MacArthur will hold at 2nd base. So definitely a much-needed 2nd out for the Conejo Oaks.
Number 26, Bradley Navarro.
Yeah, that was lucky that was MacArthur right there on 2nd base, that he kind of took a big enough lead off that he had to slide back safely and wasn't able to get up in time to really do any damage and get to 3rd base, because the throw was behind Mora. And we've already seen that throw a few times this season.
Here's Bradley Navarro batting from the right side for the first time today. He takes a hack at one and misses. The switch hitting left fielder is 1 for 3 on the day with an RBI single his last time up. A 1 misses upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. While the Orange County Riptide facing the Conejo Oaks for the first time so far this season tonight. We'll face them again on June 28th, as that one misses upstairs for a ball. It's 2 balls and 1 strikes. And 1 strike. The Oaks and the Riptide set to face each other 6 times this season. There's a shot fair down the left field line, heading all the way to the wall. In to score is MacArthur. Reed Montgomery right behind him. He will score all the way from first. It's a 2 RBI double for Bradley Navarro.
Make some noise for Omaha.
And the Riptide have really blown it open right here. It's a 9-1 lead, and I said it before that they could really blow it open when they had the bases loaded and a 4-run lead. If they had hit a home run in that situation, it would blow it open. Well, it's the equivalent here, basically. I mean, now an 8-run cushion for the Riptide. This game getting more out of reach for the Oaks.
Yeah, it's now 5 runs just in this 5th inning for the Riptide. It was kind of one of those similar hits that we've seen just run along that third base line, and you know, as great as Tyler Hawley is out there, it's really tough play to make, and yeah, it just gets right by him. And it almost really kind of got stuck in that corner fence between the 2 fences out there in left field. So now like you said, Sammy, the Riptide have really broken this one open.
"1-0 is low and inside." Yeah, I mean, to your point, Oaks are really falling deep into this Riptide. It's a 2-0 count.
That was, you were waiting for that one?
I think so. 2-0 to Jake Evans. There's a strike on the inside part of the plate, 2-1.
Yeah, we'll see what the Oaks can do offensively, because we have seen them for the past 4 innings pretty much go 3 up, 3 down. And so if they want any way to get back in, it's really going to be their offense is going to have to put on a masterclass in these next 4 innings.
Xander Allen Fox takes a look at Navarro at second base. It's a 2-1 count on Jake Evans. He's hitless on the day so far. A pop out, a strikeout, and a line out. 2-1. A swing and a miss. Count is even at 2. Xander Allen Fox, I mean, has allowed 5 runs in this inning. You know, currently Beloyan is still the pitcher of record because Oaks have not had the game tied since he's been on the mound. Misses in the dirt and the count runs full. Boy, the Riptide really making Xander Allen Fox labor through this inning.
Starting to wonder if this heckler is actually paid by the team. He's almost looks like their mascot.
He could be.
He's got that long hair, like probably a surfer type.
That's in the dirt for ball 4, so a 2-out walk to Jake Evans, and the Riptide have officially batted around in this 5th inning. Xander Allen Fox has to continue to work.
Number 9,
So Zach Crandall will bat for the second time, but out comes David Solis, the head coach, and I believe we are going to see a pitching change here. Looks like Max Strickland is walking in from the bullpen for the Oaks, so we will step aside and take a break. Well, a pitching change for the Conejo Oaks. Xander Allen Fox is done. He goes 2/3 of an inning and yields way to Max Strickland. And, well, Xander Allen Fox so far has allowed 5 runs, but both runners on base belong to him, so his line is not officially done yet.
Yeah, bringing in Max Strickland, a guy that has struggled in all 3 appearances he's made.
He's been doing a lot of that.
Yeah, right on cue. I mean, he's just not really had any consistency when it comes to finding the strike zone or really just being able to, you know, I guess control his pitches is a better way of saying that.
That one goes to the backstop, and both runners will move up. So Evans Navarro is now at 3rd, and Evans goes to 2nd as Zach Crandall is in there. He started this inning off with a walk. He's 2 for 2 on the day, a single, a double, and a walk.
Yeah, Strickland with just a tough 34.71 ERA. And 3 starts, or 3 games, I should say, appeared in. And yeah, I mean, it's just really, he's really not thrown many strikes in just total. He's walked 11 guys, and you would think with a 34.71 ERA, he's just allowing a lot of hits, but it's really he's just walking guys because he's not able to control his pitches. I mean, he does get good velocity on it. Like, he's throwing the ball hard. It's just, that's only part of the solution. You know, you can't throw a ball 90 miles per hour and, you know, strike out every guy. You know, there's got to be some control to it. You got to change your stuff up. And fortunately for Strickland, he's young, and so it'll be something he'll learn in his career. But right now, the Oaks could use some strikes.
3-1 is grounded to short, and Zach Mora throws to first. So this long 5th inning is finally over, and we now head to the 6th inning. It's 9-1 Riptide, and we'll be right back. We now head to the 6th inning, and Nathan Hellman enters his 2nd inning of work after striking out the side in the top of the 5th inning, and he will face Lucas Danuitz, top of the order, due up for the Oaks in the 6th inning. Lucas Danuitz, an outfielder for the Kalu Kingsmen, will enter his 3rd year with the Kingsmen program as he takes a fastball high and inside for ball 1. He transferred. He's originally from Chicago. He played his junior and senior standing year at Cal Lutheran, and he's got 1 more year of eligibility with the team as he's doing his Master's in Business Administration. Takes high and inside, 2-0.
Yeah, and his leadoff triple was the biggest play we've seen from the Oaks thus far today.
And now it feels so long ago as he takes one high and inside, ball 3.
He was also just the only run for the Oaks today. And yeah, we've talked about it. I mean, the Oaks certainly, they have have the bats to do it. They find ways to put runs on the board, but in a game where right now they've now been struggling at the plate, they're going to need the offense to start picking up because the pitching has been a real struggle today.
3-0 is right down the pipe. 3 balls and 1 strike.
We'll say the heckler has now recruited a group of kids.
There's a strike right on the outside corner. 3 balls and 1 strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes. A full count on Danuitz. Zach Mora waits on deck. That one is fouled away. Still a full count on Lucas Danuitz. Well, Danuitz has had certainly a lot of success at Cal Lutheran. He was D3Baseball.com 3rd team All-Region in 2025, in addition to his other success that I had mentioned before, as the full count is bounced back to the mound, and it is a fair ball. Looks like, I think Danuitz had thought that it had hit off him. Looks like the umpires are now coming together to talk about it, but yeah, and David Solis at third base, I think, also thought the same thing as Danuitz, that ball landed in dead play. Oh, looks like it is called a foul ball, so call is overturned. You know, seeing a call overturned in D3 college baseball, I will say, without instant replay, I think it's not as rare as maybe it should be. 3-2 on the way. That one is launched to center field, but Reed Montgomery hardly has to move for that one. Backtracks a little bit, so 1 out. Well, that brings up Zach Mora, the shortstop, who has struck out in both of his plate appearances so far tonight. Mentioned him playing at short and Brady Hewitt serving as the designated hitter after Hewitt had taken a chopper right to the nose on Tuesday's game against the Arroyo Seco Saints. First pitch. Mora swings and misses at that one for strike 1.
It's now the 13th straight retired batter for the Oaks, as it's now Anthony Thomas in the deck.
Oh, 1 on the way. That hits Mora on the arm, so he will head down to first, and 13 batters retired in a row. That streak has now been snapped by a hit batter. So Mora heads down to first. The Oaks, they're chasing 8 runs still. And that brings up Jacob Galloway. Oh, I beg your pardon. Anthony Thomas is pinch hitting for Jacob Galloway. And, you know, we've talked about both of those players. Saw them even play at the same time, with Thomas serving as the DH. But Anthony Thomas, he's been a key bat for the Oaks in the lineup, and also a key arm from behind the dish, as Nathan Hellman checks on Zach Mora at first base. There's 1 out here in the 6th inning. Hellman delivers, it's in the dirt, and Zach Mora retreats back to first. Had a big secondary lead there. Well, Anthony Thomas for the Oaks.
Yeah,
this season behind the plate, he's batting .250.
As we say, last time we saw him in a starting position was back against the San Diego Bombers back on June 8th. Yeah, like you said, he was kind of the mainstay behind the dish to start the season for the Oaks, and then Galloway came in from Texas A&M and kind of overtook that role. But yeah, like you said, Thomas certainly a good bat.
Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike on Anthony Thomas. Well, the Oaks, you know, they've faced a lot of struggles and pitching and defense defensive lapses in tonight's game here in Orange County. 2-1, a swing and a miss and a pitch in the dirt. And Hellman just made Thomas go fishing for that one.
Yeah, and it's not one of those games where I can look back and say it's been really the self-inflicted wounds on the Oaks themselves. It's the Riptide have just come out and played extremely aggressive, especially on the offensive side. And I mean, you talk about Michael Esbomber, who started off this game extremely hot and really cooled down all of the Oak batters.
And there's a strikeout of Anthony Thomas. Hellman with his 4th strikeout of the game. And Nathan Hellman, yeah, you talk about the pitching too for the Riptide, you know. Esbomber just allowing 1 run in that first inning, which started with the triple from Danuitz. And, you know, what really tests a pitcher is how do they rebound from, you know, from big blows, especially early on. And Esbomber has done just that, and Hellman has been following him up really well. As Devin Wilkes takes a ball downstairs. Wilkes 1 for 2 on the day with a single.
Yeah, Hellman now with 4 strikeouts and just an inning and a third of work.
Check over at first. So Devin Wilkes looks to keep this inning going for the Conejo Oaks. Riptide, a massive 8-run lead over the Conejo Oaks. A big swing and a miss by Wilkes. Count is even at 1. Hellman, certainly a very hard thrower. That fastball has been tying up the Oaks. 1-1 is a line drive caught at short by Tyler Holland. So we now head to the bottom of the 6th. 9-1 Riptide. We'll be back. Bottom of the 6th inning, OC Riptide in the lead, 9-1 over the Conejo Oaks. And Camden Sauce will lead things off for the Riptide here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Thanks for joining us here at Great Park in Irvine, California, as Max Strickland enters his 2nd inning of work for the Oaks. Off speed in there for a strike, 0-1. Well, Championship Stadium here at Irvine Great Park opened in September of 2018, and the Riptide began playing at the ballpark in June of 2019. As the 0-1 misses low and away for a ball, and they offered this ballpark capacity holds just under 1,500 fans with chairback seating and a lot of concession areas and stands.
Yeah, they've talked through some of the food options I got here, Sammy, and I have to say I'm enticed, but maybe not for the $20 charge, I will say. But
I wouldn't say either.
Looking at this game real quick, I think for a guy like Max Strickland, and the score is not what the Oaks want it to be, sitting at an 8-run deficit, 9-1. This is an opportunity for him to think, forget the scoreboard, let me find my rhythm. Like this is where I think he needs to really do that. Look, this is the perfect opportunity to just get the game reps.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about it. He struggled. He has an extremely high ERA that I know himself he wants to take that down. And so if I'm him, I look at this and say, you know what? I'm just going to take this one inning at a time. Forget the score. Let me find my rhythm. Let me get my control of these pitches.
Chopper on the infield. It stays fair, and it's going to be an infield hit for Camden Sauce. So he is on to start this bottom of the 6th inning. Well, that was just, there a lot of luck went into that, but that was great placement by Camden Sauce right there.
Yeah, I think Strickland was thinking maybe it could just roll and hit that line on third base. But unfortunately, yeah, it was, I'd say just a wee bit.
So Sauce at first to start the bottom of the 6th inning. Carter Dans is the batter. Looks at one ball, and he's had a pretty good day at the plate. He is 2 for 3 on the day with an RBI, a two RBI double, and a single. 1 ball and no strikes. Strickland deals. Fastball high and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, Riptide with a very commanding 9-1 lead over the Oaks. 11 hits to the Oaks' 2 as well, and the Oaks, they've made a couple errors which have definitely cost them.
Yeah, it was heading into that 5th inning, the Oaks were in position to, you get a few runs on the board, you're back in this ball game. But yeah, it was that 5th inning. It was just a struggle for Xander Allen Fox to really get down any pitcher or get down any batters, as it was a 5-run 5th inning that kind of broke open this game here.
2 balls and 1 strike, and another check on Camden Sauce at first. 2-1 on Dance. And I gotta say, even when the game was close, it seemed a little more nerve-wracking for the Oaks. I think because of the way the Riptide took the lead, capitalizing on mistakes and defensive lapses.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. I think just offensively, the way they've taken, and then it also just goes to, I think the masterclass we've seen on the mound from both pitchers thus far for the Riptide. They've really, almost taken out the hearts of any Oaks batter really in the past 4 innings. There has just not been really any success of even getting a ball in play. The last 2 ways guys have advanced for the Oaks have both been hit by pitches.
As Strickland now issues a walk to Carter Dans. Brings up Grant. Oh, looks like we've actually got a pinch hitter for the Orange County Riptide. It's going to be Jack Salmon for the Riptide, batting for Grant MacArthur, a rising senior at the University of Hawaii. And he steps in against Max Strickland here, getting his first at-bat of the night. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Salmon looks at a ball in the dirt, low and inside. 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, Salmon this past season batting .231. at 26 at-bats, 6 hits, 5 RBIs, as well as 1 triple, those 5 walks. Played 2 seasons at Golden West College before transferring to Hawaii. Was the Orange Empire co-MVP as a sophomore in 2024.
Across his 2 seasons at Golden West, he hit 16 home runs.
Yeah, this is someone that can... He also has a pretty cool uncle, I'll say. Tim Salmon was the 1993 Rookie of the Year in the Major League, or in the MLB.
And a 2002 World Series champion.
Yeah, last time the Angels won a World Series.
And, you know, kind of makes sense with this, with him playing for the Orange County Riptide, of course, Anaheim being in Orange County.
And not too far away. He actually, and I just learned this, he had the 4th highest WAR in Angels history at 40.6.
That one misses in the dirt. It's an even 2-2 count on Jack Salmon. Graduated from Corona Del Mar High School in 2022. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 9-1 Riptide, looking to add more insurance against the Oaks. 2-2 is low. The count is full on Jack Salmon.
Let's go, Jack! Let's go, Jack! Let's go, Jack! Let's go!
It's a full count on Salmon, and the Riptide with 2 runners on certainly have a chance to do more damage and get inside the head of Max Strickland. The 3-2 on the way is outside, ball 4, so for the Riptide, back-to-back walks as Jack Salmon comes off the bench.
Now batting your first baseman, number 19.
Brings up Jonathan Rodriguez for the Orange County Riptide, as the Riptide now have the bases loaded and nobody out, and they had a chance to blow this game open before. They certainly do now in comparison. Bases loaded, nobody out. Sauce at third. Dance at second and Salmon at first.
Already seen Rodriguez with 2 RBIs today.
There's a fastball strike on the outside corner, nothing in 1. Yeah, Rodriguez had an RBI triple back in the 4th and a sac fly in the 6th inning. He's also reached on an error. He was caught stealing after that, but nonetheless, the Riptide, they've really come out. Played strong against the Oaks as he takes one inside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Rodriguez with 1 home run on the season and 7 RBIs, I should say, entering this game.
Sauce, Dans, and Salmon the runners. 1 ball and 1 strike. Strickland delivers. Misses outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. A hitter's count on Jonathan Rodriguez. Bases loaded, nobody out. 2 balls and 1 strike. Strickland has to throw some strikes here, the 2-1. There's a fly ball high in the air to left center field. Retreating back is Kendlinger at the wall. It is off the wall. At least 2 runs will score here. As stopping at third is Jack Salmon, but Camden Sauce and Carter Dance come to the plate. It's a 2 RBI double for Jonathan Rodriguez. He's now got 4 RBIs on the night.
Yeah, that was a great piece of hitting. I mean, Strickland, once you put a ball into the strike zone, Rodriguez was able to take advantage. And I have to be honest, just with the kind of the lighting out there, it almost looked like, I thought the ball for a second went over the fence, but it just dropped in front of the fence. And yeah, still was able to bring in 2 runs.
Kind of thought the same thing. Yeah, I mean, with it being a clear fence, it can be kind of hard to tell, but And that ball was definitely scorched to left center field. I mentioned Rodriguez, he has 1 home run on the year so far. Well, that brings up Reed Montgomery in a big spot with runners at second and third with nobody out, and the Riptide now with a 10-run cushion over the Oaks. Montgomery fouls that one off, a fastball from Strickland. And Strickland, I think an improvement from him today is we've seen him able to find the plate a little bit better. He is, he's had some location issues, but he's, the fact that the Riptide are hitting against him, I think, he's finding the plate more, but he's got to definitely take command of his pitches and just throw the ball with some authority. That one is ripped through the right side, a base hit. 1 run scores, and Rodriguez will be held at third, but as Salmon comes to the plate, it's now 12-1 Riptide.
Yeah, C9 single right there from Reed Montgomery, and that just rolled into right field, and yeah, another run scored, and now a mound visit from Coach David Solis as well as the rest of the infield.
Looks like we are going to have a pitching change here. It's going to be the right-hander Winston Peterson on the mound for the Oaks. We'll take a break and step aside. Tyler Holland will come to the plate against Winston Peterson, the new pitcher for the Conejo Oaks. Peterson has made 1 appearance so far this season. It was on June 14th against the MLB Academy Barons. It was a 6-3 win for the Oaks. He pitched 1 inning that game, struck out 2 batters of the 3 that he faced. And he comes in with runners on first and third. And still nobody out in this inning, and that one is fouled straight back.
Yeah, Winston Peterson at 6'8", the sophomore from Pepperdine.
Well, Jonathan Rodriguez, the runner at third, and Reed Montgomery, the runner at first. And time is called as Thomas goes out to the mound to talk to Peterson. Well, now the Riptide with an 11-run cushion over the Oaks, and this is by far the most amount of runs that the Oaks have been down by this season.
Certainly, I mean, this is, you got Winston Peterson. We just saw for 1 inning in their win last Saturday versus the Barons. Faced 3 total batters, had 2 strikeouts, just 1 walk. So another guy that's newly joined to the Oaks and, you know, trying to find his place in the rotation.
A 1 on the way. Misses downstairs for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, and the Riptide have now scored 3 runs in this 6th inning with 0 outs. So Peterson steps on the mound with some traffic already.
Both runners on base do belong to Strickland still, though. His line is not officially done yet. And the Riptide have a pretty good chance to finish it here by scoring both of those runs here with still nobody out in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, Tyler Holland on the plate right now, still seeking his first hit today. Has popped out to left field.
2-1 on the way. Right on the inside corner, the count is even at 2 on Tyler Holland. On deck is Bradley Navarro, as Winston Peterson looks to clean up the mess that Strickland left for him. Two-two pitch. In the dirt, 3-2. It's a full count on Tyler Holland. Well, the Riptide, they have just been blowing it open here in these last few innings. They've scored 3 so far this inning, 5 in the 5th. And that hits Holland. So now the bases are loaded with still nobody out. And if you're Peterson, it's kind of a tough way to start off your relief appearance, especially with the way this game has been going and coming onto the mound.
26, Bradley Navarro.
Well, that does bring up Bradley Navarro now for the Riptide. Bases loaded, nobody out. Navarro, he's got 3 RBIs on the day. That goes to the backstop, and coming to the plate and scoring is Rodriguez. It's now 13-1 Riptide, and you know, the Tide have entered the teen in points now.
Yeah, it's getting out of hand. You're at Great Park down in Irvine, California, and yeah, that one was just in the dirt way too early, and Thomas did the best he could do to try to get in front of it, but yeah, another run scored, 13-1.
Blocked by Thomas that time. It's 2-0, and yeah, that's just, you know, just continuing off of the nightmare of pitching that the Oaks have faced. And, you know, not the best defense that they've seen either. 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. That's inside in the dirt. Skips away from Thomas, but close enough to keep the runner at 3rd. Reed Montgomery, the runner at 3rd, and Tyler Holland is at 2nd base. Bradley Navarro with a 3-0 count. Here's the pitch. There's a fastball strike right over the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike. Still a hitter's count on Navarro. Peterson deals the 3-1. That's inside for ball 4, and that'll load the bases again.
And it's now become another nightmare inning for the Oaks, where it's now been 2 bases loaded situations and still 0 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Brings up Jake Evans for the Riptide. Hitless on the day so far. Evans looks at a fastball strike right over the plate, 0-1. Both middle infielders for the Riptide are the only two batters who are still hitless.
I just want to say a quick note. I am here for being a diehard fan, but when the score is 13-1, I don't think there's a necessity to be as loud as a heckler. That's just in my personal opinion. I'm all for, diehard fans, but
that one is in the dirt, blocked by Anthony Thomas.
at a certain point, look, the Oaks still obviously a chance to come back with still 3 innings left, but it's 13-1. I don't think you need to be heckling at 100% volume. And to be fair, he is right next to the Oaks dugout, which we learned is pretty muffled in the dugout itself. But it's not like you can't hear it.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine, how can you not hear it coming from right there? And I imagine the Oaks are blocking him out by now, but yeah, just certainly something that has added, you're right, to the culture of this ball game, I think. And 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count to Jake Evans. 1-2 on the way, low and outside. The count evens at 2. Winston Peterson in his 2nd game this summer for the Oaks. Bases loaded, still nobody out. 2-2 on the way. Low and outside, it's a full count. Well, Oaks bullpen, there's not much activity right now, but a walk from Peterson is certainly not going to be good.
Yeah, at this point, obviously you want to see what your other pitchers have, but you still have 2 games more this weekend, and you don't really want to run through your arms. And you might as well get a guy like Peterson that hasn't really pitched much, really, just 1 inning, and now another inning for him.
Low and outside for ball 4. He walks in a run, and very quickly out to the mound goes Scott Radinsky. It's now 14-1 Riptide, and this is. They thought their 8-0 loss against the Arroyo Seco Saints last Tuesday was a blowout, shutout loss. They are just facing the nightmare of a deficit to the Orange County Riptide.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick mound visit right there from Scott Radinsky. And this is. We've seen some tough innings when it comes to the pitching in totality and like certain innings, right? We go back to that Foresters game 2 weekends ago where they allowed 7 runs in the 5th inning, but this has now been kind of over the stretch of really 3 innings now where they just have not had any success in putting batters back to the dugout.
Brings up Zach Crandall, the catcher for the Riptide. He looks at a ball downstairs, and I thought this game was going pretty quick, I think, until that 5th inning when it was a 5-run inning for the Riptide, and, we're about a little over 20 minutes short of the 3-hour mark of this game. And we're not even in the 7th inning yet.
And that's the thing, this stadium has lights, and they keep on till, I imagine the game is over. So, compared to other stadiums where, you look at a place like George Sparky Anderson Field, the game would end if it became dark. So this game could go on for a while.
Crandall went around. It's strike 2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, it's yet to have been an out this inning, and Crandall is the 9th man to bat in the 6th inning. Bases loaded with nobody out. Holland, Navarro, and Evans, the runners. It's inside for ball 2. It's a 2-2 count on Zach Crandall. Crandall is 2 for 3, a double, a single, and a walk. 2-2 on the way. Strike 3 called. A long overdue first out for the Conejo Oaks. So there's 1 out now in the 6th inning.
Now batting number 2, Camden Saw.
For the second straight inning, we have run out of room in our inning columns in our scorebooks as the Riptide have officially batted around. Camden Sauce is now the batter. 1 out, bases loaded. 14-1 Riptide, and Sauce looks at a strike right over the plate. No balls and 1 strike.
It's now the second time that the Riptide have batted around in this game. And that pretty much is the only sentence you need to summarize this one.
Mm-hmm. 0-1 is way inside, and it's 1-1. Boy, I don't see a pitch clock meter or a pitch tracking meter out on the scoreboard, but that one was very fast inside. If that had hit his arm, that would not have felt good. Camden Sauce grounds it off the glove of Peterson. He'll come home for the force and get the lead runner. So Holland retired at the plate for the second out. And that's really something too, you know, bases loaded, nobody out, then you get the strikeout and then the fielder's choice at the plate. 2 big outs in theory, yeah, but I mean, having already allowed 5 runs this inning, you know, if you're the defense, it kind of takes the heart out of it. Well, bases loaded now, 2 outs. First pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Well, the Oaks now with 2 outs that they are chasing now 13 runs, a 14-1 lead. There's another strike. Count is 0-2.
Yeah, Marcos! I see that. The big bird and brother. Let's work together, kid. I will always be your man. I will always be your brother, Marco.
Marco Rosales is the pinch hitter here and a swing and a miss. So a 3-pitch strikeout for Winston Peterson ends this long 6th inning. We now head to the 7th. We're 2/3 of the way through this game. Stay tuned. We now enter the 7th inning here at Great Park here in Irvine, California. Taking over in right field is Marcos Rosales, who pinch hit for Carter Dance, and He takes over in right field, and taking over at third base is Brady Pettit. Taking over for Camden Sauce. And there's a strike to Isaac Veal, the left fielder for the Conejo Oaks. The Oaks chasing 13 runs. There's another strike, off speed that time. No balls and 2 strikes as Veal is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, both looking. 0-2 misses low and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, the Oaks certainly have got a long ladder to climb if they want to come back against the Riptide as Veal swings and misses. 3rd time he's struck out tonight.
And this is now a season high in runs for the...
I beg your pardon, Ethan Gonzalez struck out, batting in place for Tyler Hawley. Brings up Jax Jimenez. He looks at a ball high and outside.
But yeah, it is the season high for the Riptide. Still have 3 innings to play with 14 runs. I'm looking back at their calendar last season. You have to go back to June 20th, 2024 when they scored 16 runs versus the Barons. So a dominant night. It's kind of been a bipolar week. I started the broadcast with this, but I mean, you get shut out on Tuesday, you score a single season high 19 runs on Wednesday, and now you're like in a 14-1 deficit.
There's a strike right on the inner part of the middle part of the zone to Jax Jimenez. He is 0 for 1. He's been hit by a pitch. He's batting from the left side for the first time. Misses in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And yeah, on Wednesday we saw the game go for about 3 hours and 30 minutes on the dot. Right now it's looking at 9:45. It's been about 2 hours and 45 minutes, and we still have 3 innings to play.
Approaching that 3-hour mark soon. Jimenez takes one low and inside. It's a full count on Jax Jimenez. Brady Hewitt waits on deck for the Oaks, and it was Ethan Gonzalez who had pinch hit for Tyler Hawley after taking over defensively at shortstop, as Jimenez lines the ball to left field for a base hit. That would be his 4th hit of the summer.
It's also now the first hit for the Oaks since the first inning.
Now batting number 20, Brady Hewitt.
Well, that about sums up the game on offense for the Oaks right there.
It quite certainly does.
Brady Hewitt now the batter. He is 0 for 2 on the day with a pop out and a strikeout. So Jimenez, the runner at first. That one is fouled straight back, 0-1. Well, Brady Hewitt, we mentioned this is his first game back since taking that ground ball right to the nose and, you know, having his nose broken. He's come back rather quickly. Isaac Veal waits on deck. That one misses high for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Hewitt, you know, he's been a significant bat at the plate that has definitely been making an impact both, you know, on offense and defense. 1-1 is a swing and a miss, and the count now 1-2 on Brady Hewitt.
And this is one, if you're the Oaks, you pretty much get on that bus heading back to George Sparky Anderson Field, and the moment you get off, you forget about it, and you get ready for tomorrow action.
Check on Jimenez at first. I will say Jimenez, he's a bat in the lineup that I think his bat has certainly been developing as the season has progressed. 1-2 is chopped foul, back to the backstop. Still 1-2 on Brady Hewitt. It's certainly been a long and it's been a loud day at the plate for the Orange County Riptide. Oaks have yet to see a run or a hit since the first inning until that single by Jax Jimenez as Hewitt takes the ball downstairs. The count is even at 2.
It's a lot quieter without the heckler, Sammy.
I must say I agree. He's still here.
No, he is still here. I wonder if they were like, it's 14-1. You don't need the yelling. You could certainly root for your team.
2-2. Strike 3 called right over the plate. 2 out here in the 7th inning, and that is the second time Hewitt has struck out today.
Yeah, it's now the also 6th strikeout for Hellman.
Matches Michael Ersbommer in strikeouts, so 12 total strikeouts for the Riptide. Isaac Veal takes one in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. Will Veal, he has struck out twice on the day so far, the left fielder for the Oaks. (1-0) misses just a little bit low. It's a 2-0 count on Isaac Veal. Jonah Dawson waits on deck for the Oaks. Jimenez still the runner at first with 2 outs. A check on Jimenez at first. He gets back safely.
And now this ties the most runs the Oaks have allowed this season. The Foresters scored 14 on them 2 weekends ago. Another one of those innings that took for long.
Swing and a miss there by Veal. He's got a 2-1 count.
And this is it is a 2-1 count, but the pitchers for the Riptide have just done a good job of not getting behind in the count and not having to force any pitches.
There's a swing and a miss, and very quickly the count evens up. And yeah, to your point, Nathan Hellman, with the authority of his velocity there, really staying on top of Veal, and Veal just, swung right through it. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called right on the outside corner, so Hellman strikes out the side in the 7th, just as he did in the 5th inning. Time to stretch here in Irvine, California. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
Join us in
Bottom of the 7th inning, and Jack Salmon getting his second at-bat of the night. Came on as a pinch hitter last inning, and there's a swing and a miss for a strike. He pinch hit for Grant MacArthur and drew a walk.
I think we also just witnessed what might have been the greatest 7th inning stretch performance by the heckler, who we can call Keith, as we've now learned, but he gave his rendition, and from what you've only heard this broadcast, you can only imagine how that one went.
Yeah, we muted between innings, but we heard the metal version of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, which I didn't think existed. A broken bat. Chopper right in front of Thomas, who throws to first. It gets away from Devin Wilkes, and Jack Salmon will head to second. Well, what a weird play that was. It started with the broken bat. It looked like Jack Salmon kind of got jammed on that swing, and then Thomas picked it up and just could not get that throw on point to Devin Wilkes. So Oaks with their 3rd error of the night.
And that broken bat almost hit Peterson on the mound.
Yeah, I got to say, that's not something I'm too accustomed to in college baseball, but with this being a wood bat league, it's not impossible. Well, here is Jonathan Rodriguez. He has 4 RBIs on the night, including an RBI triple, a sac fly, and a 2 RBI double his last time up. He looks at a ball upstairs. It's a 1-0 count on Rodriguez. Salmon, the runner at second. It's 14-1 Riptide. Pitch on the way is chopped foul. It goes to the screen. It's now a 1-1 count on Rodriguez. Well, when you look at the scoreboard, chasing 13 runs, chasing 10 hits, and leading by 3 errors, certainly not an ideal game that the Oaks have played in this game.
Yeah, not ideal at all. And, we already talked about, but the shutout loss, the 8-0, that was tough. But this one just feels a little tougher just with, there hasn't even been as many opportunities as I look at it as, that the Oaks could have capitalized. The Riptide have really just ripped out any sort of hope that the Oaks have had tonight. And because you look at the game on Tuesday against the Arroyo Seco Saints, and there was multiple times, right? There was loaded bases, there was opportunities to bring in runners. There hasn't really been any of that today. And
absolutely not.
You look at it on both sides, offensively, defensively, this has been domination from the Riptide.
Runner at second, nobody out. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Rodriguez. Peterson deals. A swing and a miss. So Peterson sees a strikeout of Jonathan Rodriguez for the first out of the 7th.
Now batting number 4, Reed Montgomery.
Brings up Reed Montgomery for the Riptide, and at the plate, his first 2 at-bats he got out, but has an RBI single, has a couple of RBI singles, I should say. He's 2 for 4 on the night now. Pulled a single to right field that scored a run his last time up. And he fouls that one away. No balls and 1 strike. Jack Salmon, the runner at second, still with 1 out. Peterson delivers the 0-1. There's a strike on the outside corner, 0-2.
Peterson is now kind of finding that strike zone here in the 7th inning. Has good velocity on his pitches. It's really just between him and Strickland just controlling.
There's a swing and a miss. So back-to-back strikeouts for Winston Peterson. Now that brings up Brady Pettit. Brady Pettit taking over at third base defensively. Pettit, rising sophomore at St. Mary's College of California. Originally from Encinitas, California. That one is fouled back. No balls and one strike. Well, the Oaks, 2 outs here. Their last time that they saw a scoreless inning defensively was in the 3rd inning. The 2nd and 3rd were scoreless offensively for the Riptide. That one gets right underneath Anthony Thomas and goes to the backstop. And Salmon will trot over to 3rd. So it's a 1-1 count on Brady Pettit. Count is even at 1 with 2 outs. 1-1 misses low and away. It's 2-1 on Pettit, getting his first at bat of this ball game. Jack Salmon at 3rd with 2 outs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Peterson delivers. Low and away, it's now 3-1 on Brady Pettit. Well, the Riptide, it's gotten a little quieter, definitely, as you mentioned, Jude, at the ballpark.
And I can appreciate that.
I can too. 3-1. There's a strike on the outside corner, a full count.
Not against the diehard fan at all. I think you should go into your full fandom, but I think there's a certain point where, it's 14-1.
Yeah, it's like
it's now 10 o'clock, and there's no need for screaming.
Yeah. 3-2 on the way. A swing and a miss, so Peterson strikes out the side and sends this game to the 8th. We'll be right back.
Jonah Dawson.
Jonah Dawson leads off the 8th inning for the Conejo Oaks, and a new pitcher, Noah Smith, on for the Riptide. Smith making his 3rd appearance of the season, a sidearm throw, and he delivers a strike to Jonah Dawson. Well, Smith so far with a 1.50 ERA. His last appearance was at Jackie Robinson Memorial Field against the Arroyo Seco Saints in an 11-4 loss. Riptide would beat the Saints the very next day, though, in what was a 9-4 win for the Riptide at home at Great Park right here, as Dawson chops that one right into the Riptide's dugout.
Yeah. Rising sophomore at California Baptist University. And posted a 3.75 ERA with a 1-0 record and 14 appearances.
As Dawson fouls that one straight back. It's got a 1-2 count still.
And 14 strikeouts in 2025. Just had 5 earned runs. Won a CIF championship in 2021 with Citrus Valley High School.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count to Dawson. Smith delivers. It's high and inside for ball 2. And, well, at this time here in the 8th inning, there is no current visual sign of the heckler that we have been hearing.
And we just learned my buddy Andrew Griesler, who's the broadcast partner or one of the broadcasters for the OC Riptide here, has informed us that he is actually a first appearance. So we asked him, he said, no, I've never seen that person before. He said he hopes he's a regular back at this ballpark.
We picked some night to come here, didn't we?
We certainly did.
That one is bounced right up the middle. Sliding stop at short, throw to first, gets away. And Dawson will hold his place at first. So he's on to start the inning. It is an error at short.
Yeah, it was a good sliding play right there.
Now batting number 9, Lucas Daniels.
By Evans to try to make the play.
Well, that'll bring up Lucas Daniewicz for... He had that leadoff triple in the first inning. There's a swing and a miss, and that's now one of 3 hits for the Kingsmen. Daniewicz, Wilkes, and Jimenez with the 3 hits. As Dawson stands at first here in the 8th inning. The Oaks still chasing 13 runs. Daniewicz takes one outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dawson, the runner at first. And Daniewicz swings through that one for strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes is the count. Well, the Oaks are facing a big-time deficit here at Great Park. Line drive into center field. That's a base hit. So Daniewicz with his 2nd hit of the night and the 4th hit of the night for the Oaks.
Fans, are you still hungry?
Yeah.
Pack up Chick-fil-A till the end of this inning.
A little bit of a rhythm that the Oaks are now finding. It's not just over yet. I mean, it is a 13-run deficit, so they would certainly need the closest thing to a miracle almost to pull back into this game, but you never know.
That one is chopped foul.
And I only say that because we have seen the Oaks
Now batting number 25,
score 8 runs in an inning, as well as we saw them score, I believe it was 5 or 6 in the 8th inning of yesterday or Wednesday's game versus the Barons.
Zach Mora has got an 0-2 count now after that swing. Well, Mora 0 for 2 on the day with 2 strikeouts. He's also been hit by a pitch. As the Oaks have runners on first and second, it's the 2 Cal Lou guys on the Oaks. Danuitz at second actually Dawson at second and Danuitz at first as Mora strikes out for the third time tonight.
It's actually 7 runs in that 8th inning versus the Barons that they scored.
I gotta say, I don't think you can see it on your screen, but that is some strikeout graphic that we just saw on the scoreboard.
Oh, I just missed that.
It's like a bold font red. It was very interesting.
They've got all the tricks here at Great Park.
There's a ball upstairs to Anthony Thomas, who came in as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning and struck out.
There's some good wind picking up here. As we are in the top of the 8th inning. You can see the flags and even my paper here just in the upstairs part flying all around.
I'm sure you can hear it too. 2 balls and no strikes, 2 on with 1 out. Noah Smith deals and a strike on the lower part of the zone, 2-1. Coming from Noah Smith. Fastball misses outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Oaks have 2 runners on. 14-1 Riptide. That one misses in the dirt, so a 1-out walk loads the bases.
Opportunity right here for the Oaks to just cut this Riptide lead.
Brings up Devin Wilkes for the Conejo Oaks, coming in with the bases loaded and 1 out. He singled way back in the 1st inning. Dawson at third, Danuitz at second, and Thomas at first. And Wilkes looks at a strike on the outer part of the strike zone. 0-1.
It's about 64 degrees here in Irvine, California, where the winds are about 6 miles per hour. Feels a little stronger than that.
Wilkes lifts a fly ball in the air to left center. Should be deep enough to get a run home. The catch is made out there by Navarro, and coming to the plate is Dawson, and Danuitz advances to third, so it is a sac fly for Devin Wilkes. It's now 14-2 Riptide.
Yeah, good piece of hitting right there. Out into left center field. Yeah, hit it just far enough that there was real no shot at making the play back home, and gets the first run for the Oaks since the leadoff man Danuitz came home in the 1st inning.
That was on a sac fly by Galloway, who's now out of this game. That one misses low for a ball. The batter now, Ethan Gonzalez, who pinch hit took over defensively at shortstop and is batting in Tyler Holly's spot. That one misses upstairs for ball 2. Well, now Danuitz, the runner at third, and Thomas still at first. It's a 2-0 count on Gonzalez. Noah Smith delivers. A swing and a miss. It's a 2-1 count on Gonzalez.
And I know it doesn't show much on the physical scoreboard. I mean, maybe you had a few runs, but I think if you're Coach David Solis, you just want to see your team kind of finish this with the effort that they can. You know, you don't want to go out just...
Ground ball to third. Through the third baseman, throw to first, not in time, and Danuitz scores. So another run for the Oaks. It's now 14-3 Riptide. It does go as a hit. And, well, the first-time heckler is still in the house. Perhaps just took a break for a little bit.
Had to reload on his beverages.
Well, it's 14-3 Riptide as Jax Jimenez fouls that one off, and it's now an 11-run lead for the Riptide. First and second, the 2 outs, Thomas and Gonzalez, the runners. Jax Jimenez at the plate. In the dirt, it goes to the backstop. And both Thomas and Gonzalez move up, so it's second and third, 2 outs. The most that Jimenez could do right now is make this a 9-run game. And, you know, sort of bring back that, reduce that double digits deficit that the Oaks are facing right now. Actually, he would make this an 8-run game.
Yeah, the scoreboard on the Jumbotron, I think, is just missing one run for the Oaks.
1 ball, 2 strikes. On Jimenez. Smith delivers. Got him swinging. And this inning is over. Noah Smith allows 2 runs. And we now head to the bottom of the 8th. Riptide will come up to bat for what most likely will be the final time. Stay tuned. Well, here we are in the bottom of the 8th inning. And leading off for the Orange County Riptide is pinch hitter Luke Johnson, batting in place of Bradley Navarro in left field. As Bradley Navarro finishes his day 2 for 4 with 3 RBIs.
It's also now a new pitcher on the mound for the Oaks, Luke Cesaris.
So a 1-0 count on Luke Johnson. That one misses a little inside. 2 balls and no strikes, and well, all the noise. Still coming from you know where. As it's 2-0, it's rather chilly here at Great Park. There's a strike on the outside part of the plate. Well, I mentioned, talking about Omaha, the bat dog for the OC Riptide. She became the first bat dog in the California Collegiate League. She gets a shout out every time she goes up to get the bats, as that one misses low. It's now a 3-1 count on Luke Johnson.
And it was actually the general manager of the OC Riptide, David Lamb, who saw a ESPN E60 documentary called Family Business that I think was very similar about a bat dog. And he said, you know what, let's bring this to the OC Riptide. I have to say it's a brilliant idea. It's a beautiful dog.
I think so too, yeah. Golden Retrievers, always.
It's always a winner.
49, Jake Evans.
Brings up Jake Evans now for the OC Riptide. Evans has had many plate appearances, has not yet gotten a hit tonight so far, as Luke Johnson led off this inning with a walk. Luke Cazares throws a strike right on the outside corner, 0-1.
I think her day also might be over. Omaha's day might be over today. Don't see her in the dugout anymore.
And you know, from what we see, she's still, you know, working on her craft and training to. What I read was that she's training to block out the noise of the crowd, because it's very easy to get excited by that. Really, for anyone, but especially you know, when you're, you know, dogs, they want the attention.
Yeah, it'd be hard not to be distracted by this heckler that has now gone on for 8 innings. But no, yeah, in totality, I think for a dog, you know, sounds are always kind of a big issue. So, you know, dogs really don't like 4th of July. So yeah, you enter a baseball stadium, especially a stadium kind of like this that has so much, you know, antics around it already.
Mm-hmm. That one goes to the backstop, and Anthony Thomas will go out to talk to Luke Cazares.
And so they used a guy named Greg Oden, who had 6 years background training hunting dogs. So, like, you know, whether that was taking down a duck or a quail, and pretty much just brought the skill set that he had in hunting to trying to fetch a bat. And yeah, like you said, you know, it's a learning process.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Omaha out here a few times today. It's not like she's coming out for every single at bat. They also have some ball boys and bat boys, but yeah, no, it's kind of the unique thing you get when you get to travel around and see these different parks.
Yeah, and you know, going after a bat too. Seen dogs go after balls, but bat seems to be a greater challenge too. I mean, a heavier object, but feels good to retrieve, I'd imagine. Misses upstairs. It's a full count on Jake Evans. Oh. Luke Johnson, the runner at second base. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. That one is chopped up the middle. Fielded at short. The throw to first is in time for out number 1.
Yeah, it was a great display of athleticism right there from Ethan Gonzalez coming out his shortstop post to make that play, but he did a great job really collecting and firing, and honestly, really great accuracy on the throw to Wilkes at first.
Runner at third now with 1 out. The batter is Zach Crandall, who has had a good day at the plate. He is 2 for 4 with a couple of hits. That one is shot foul. Ooh. Right under the legs of the Riptide's third base coach. Right there, third base.
Grant Mula.
Yeah.
He's getting a nice little cheer from the heckler. I can only imagine how much tea he has to drink to get that voice recovered.
To do this regularly, yeah. No balls and 1 strike. The count to Zach Crandall. That's in the dirt. It goes to the backstop. Luke Johnson holds his place. Well, more often than not, you see the runner take off, but that one skipped pretty quickly off the
Yeah, that took a good
backstop.
That took a good bounce right there, luckily.
Got a 1-1 count on Crandall. And Luke Johnson is the runner at third. It's 1 out. Casares delivers, and it's fouled straight back. Now a 1-2 count, and I will say the bat and ball boys have geared up and have layered up. It's getting pretty chilly out here. It is pretty chilly.
Yeah, I mean, I put on the hoodie by the first inning, but yeah, no, it's definitely gotten a lot chillier up here.
One ball and 2 strikes is the count on Zach Crandall. 1-2. That one is skied in the air to center field, not too deep. The catch is made out in center, and Johnson will hold his place. So the second out is recorded by the Oaks here in the bottom of the 8th, and now that'll bring up
Now batting number 2,
Camden Sauce is the batter. Third baseman, he has had a couple of hits on the day. Both were on the infield.
And I've been meaning to say this all game, but if there is a all-name team in the California Collegiate League, Camden Sauce is definitely first or second team.
That one misses low and inside. And while the Riptide, the commanding 14-3 lead against the Conejo Oaks, looking forward for them. They will host the San Luis Obispo Blues tomorrow for a 7 p.m. game, and that one is lined to second. Jonah Dawson makes the catch. Well, 3 down, and we head now to the 9th inning. Last chance for the Oaks. They need 11 runs to tie it. We'll be back. Last chance for the Oaks to score some runs. Noah Smith in his second inning of work. He allowed a couple runs in the top of the 8th inning, but he is on for his second inning. Brady Hewitt will be first up for the Conejo Oaks. Well, Hewitt on the day so far is 0 for 3.
You gotta think that he's, after coming back with an injury like that, that he's just trying to feel it out once again.
1 ball and no strikes on Hewitt. Looks at a ball inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Riptide 3 outs away from taking a 6-5 over record on the season so far, and they would be handing the Oaks their 4th loss of the season. Oaks are currently 7-3.
also be now their second loss on the road in their only 2 road games.
There's a strike on the outer part of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Noah Smith, sidearm delivery, a lot tougher to hit. 2-2. Misses low and inside. It's a full count. On deck for the Oaks is Isaac Veal. As Smith is ready to deliver the 3-2. Ground ball to third. It's booted at third, and Hewitt will be safe. Well, that was a tough hop, and that ate up Brady Hewitt. Will be an error on Hewitt. Not that it'll necessarily mean much at this point, but Hewitt is on to start it off.
Now it's Isaac Veal, who is 0 for 3 today. He's also struck out 3 times. All of those have been looking.
First pitch. Veal looks at a ball downstairs, and Hewitt, the runner at first. One ball and no strikes. A check swing, foul straight back. Even 1-1 count.
It's officially 10:30, now making it 3.5 hours run time, which is now tied for how long the game on Wednesday went.
Uh-huh. That one is fouled back to the right. Yeah, I mean, I think the 2 innings that really took the longest were those 5th and 6th innings, where in the Riptide's halves of those innings, they scored 5 runs respectively. 1-2 on the way is fouled away by Isaac Veal. Beyond the ballpark borders. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the top of the 9th. Smith delivers. Swing and a miss. Veal strikes out for the 4th time today.
Now batting, number 10.
Well, we were talking about, you know, Omaha and the role she plays as the bat dog here. I think the biggest crowd noises that she really has to block out are the crowd and also, you know, seeing the umpires and catchers and other players in the field. But, you know, and it's interesting because she doesn't necessarily deal with these distractions during spring training and on practice days because it's just the team. But it's always great to see the growth of, you know, in this case of a dog really in anything, especially in life, but serving a role as the bat retriever on the team. It's great to see. It's great to see in baseball for sure. 1 ball, 1 strike. Slap to right field. It's a base hit. So Jonah Dawson is on with his first hit of the day. 2 on with 1 out, and the Oaks, you know, they got some offense here in the 9th inning, and Lucas Danuwitz will step to the plate. He's got 2 hits on the day, including a triple and a single. That one is chopped to third, fielded by Pettit. The throw to first is not in time. Well, looked like Pettit was sort of off balance from the start right there with the way he caught that ball. And then his throw to first was a little high and also not exactly the fastest.
Yeah, it was a good play to get up and grab it, as it was a high chopper over to third base. But yeah, you're correct. There's the angle that he was at. It was a difficult throw.
And that's Danuwitz's 3rd hit of the ball game. He's the only Oaks player so far with 3 hits. A swing and a miss by Zach Mora, who was 0 for 3 on the day with a trio of strikeouts. He's also been hit by a pitch. Here's the 0-1. That misses outside for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's 14-3 Riptide.
It's the most offense we've seen from the Oaks today here in the 9th inning. Might be a little too late.
That one misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, up and coming for the Oaks. They'll host the MLB Academy Barons tomorrow at 4 p.m. And then the next day they'll be on the road at MLB Youth Academy for the 2nd time this season for a 105 game.
Yeah, and I truly, it might be the bus rides down. It's been these 2 road games where we've seen, and obviously we had the game. There was the game on Tuesday where they got shut out, but really it's been the road games that the offense has struggled the most, really outside of that Tuesday game.
Grounder to third. Pettit steps on the bag and throws to first for the game-ending double play. Riptide wins 14-3. They take care of business as they pound the Conejo Oaks in what was totally a blowout for the Orange County Riptide. Well, we welcome you back up to the broadcast booth. Well, I think it was interesting the way this played out from the beginning to what we saw in the end, because this game was close for the first 4 innings or so. You saw the Oaks trailing 4-1 in that 4th inning, but they were still in the game. But I mean, the Riptide's offense just exploded in that 5th and 6th inning. 5 runs in the 5th and 5 in the 6th. Then the Oaks, their pitching just wasn't there tonight, and they made some errors that cost them the game as well. But yeah, as we were just talking about the bus ride. It's interesting to think about how that can affect your mentality and your performance on the field. But the Oaks, they just lost this one tonight.
Yeah, no disagreeing on it. And I want to talk about the pitching, because I think that is where really the Riptide were able to turn this game in their favor. Obviously, the bats, they were very active. They were shoving a lot. But I look at between the 2nd and the 5th inning, the Riptide, it started out with Michael Esparmer, and then also Nathan Hellman. They retired 13 straight batters for the Oaks. And that's just something when you're not able to really get anyone on base, put them in position. And it's really one of those games where, we talked about during the broadcast of when they played on Tuesday against the Royal Psycho Saints, they had chances, right? They could have capitalized. This was the game they couldn't even have opportunities to capitalize. It truly was like they just had no show on offense. And so I think you really have to applaud the Riptide pitching. And obviously their offense just did what they did. And this Riptide team, they continue to play well. They're now 6-2 in their past 8 games after starting 0-3. And the Oaks have started, they got to figure things out, especially when it comes to road. They're now 0-2.
Yeah, Oaks have dropped both of their road games, and they've got to find that groove soon. Well, the Oaks now 7-4 this season in the CCL, and the Riptide now with a 6-5 record, their first leading record really. And well, the Oaks will host the MLB Academy Barons tomorrow at 4 p.m. while the Riptide will host the San Luis Obispo Blues at 7 p.m. tomorrow. Well, I want to thank our spectacular crew. Alongside Judo Kanyas, I'm Sammy Fawn, and we will see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. at Sparky Anderson Field. Have a great night, everybody.